I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil. When she keep on turning head, cause when she woke that thing jiggle.
And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this is my, back in my bag flow.
Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche.
Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy. At the Millies, out on Club Hurst. Give the word if it's a cinch, Lord forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going.
Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that's around you, that you grow it. They be coming around you with some plans to steal your moment. Soon as I bust a nut, she be like, baby, where you going? Never slowing down, it's enough to go around. Yeah, you probably knew it's then, but really you don't know it's now. Niggas let it show and tell, but all my niggas know me well. It was either chase a dream or go to jail, but none of us ain't
going.
We
going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this is my, back in my bag flow,
Murray, got the world in a spin. Blades in my hand, got the world in a spin. Javon's knife flicks, let the show begin. Every move sharp like the edge I hold. Stories untold, sharper than gold. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Clicks and views, yeah, they fly like sparks. Knives in the dark, carving out my mark. From ballad songs, flipping to the sickest. Yeah. You files in the word. What a wait. Late night creeps where the shadows grin. Juvons in the cut, let the games begin. With a flick of the blade, we dive in the sin. It's a marathon groove, not a race to win. The clock don't sleep, the knives don't pause. Chasing thrills, no time for applause. The world spins mad on Juvon's claws, where the edge cuts deep in the night's great jaws. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juvon's night flicks, it's the live late show. It's the live late show. Right away. It's the live late show. We're too sharp to dull, too fast to catch. Each blade is the spark making midnight hatch. In the zone we own on this Twitch dispatch, where the world sits still but the vibes still match. Time's a blur in the sleepless den. Every move's a twist, that slice in the zen. Juvon's got the rhythm, the pulse of man. Locked in the spin till the morning end. Sit and spin under the neon glow. Wide awake where the insomniacs go. Feel the steel flash, let the adrenaline flow. Juvon's night flicks, it's the live late show. With a wait, with a ride.
Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi. Reach out and touch someone.
Wherever you are, you're never too far. They're waiting to share your day. Reach out and touch someone.
Reach out and touch someone far away. Give them a call.
What is up, guys? I almost hit the wrong button. I hope y'all can hear me. I figured I'd go a little early. I was checking out Tri-State, and it looks like he bailed out right around 10. So, hey, what are you going to do, right? It's late. It's Tuesday night. I'm glad to be here. I hope you guys are. What is going on, everybody? I'm going to start at the back, which is probably going to be the wrong move, but War Room, what is up, brother? Channel member, good to see you. Marco is in the house. What is up? My brother from right down the road, Bama Ninja. What is going on, buddy? We got Marco in the house again. What's up, Marco? Be Shady. He takes up my feed on Instagram. I see his posts at least once a day. Good job, dude. Channel member Ryan is getting ready to hit the road shortly. Hopefully he's sleeping. I don't know how far of a drive that is, but I'm guessing it's at least an hour. No, it's at least 2 hours. Because when I drive from Tuscaloosa to Corinth, it would be an hour. Yeah, you dude, good luck. Be safe. I know there's not a good way to get there. Travel safely, my brother. What is up, Dragoon? What is happening? What is happening? We never need to worry where our car's parked as long as we have a clean tent. That's all we need to worry about. Joe Isabella, speaking of clean tents, is here, and he's getting ready to clean his tent and grab a quick shower and come back because we will be here for a while. Paul Mills, what is up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you, brother. And we got Richard Hopkins in the house, another channel member. Both of those guys and huge supporters in terms of knives that we get to look at, stuff that I'm able to show you guys. I wish I could get my buddy A to Z. I got him into Shane's live because they know each other. They've had lunch together because he lives in Huntsville. My buddy does. And he knows Shane from Blade shows, and they just know each other. But so I got him in Shane's live yesterday, I guess. And it was so cool seeing him trying to chat with people because I can't ever get him to come here. And I've tried to, one of my earliest lives, I had him on kind of as a guest because he supplies me. I got him kind of into knives when I got into knives about 4 years ago during COVID, just kind of re-engaged with knives. And he had that same bug from being a kid. So he jumped in. He was always able to one up me, which is great because he always let me look at his stuff and use his stuff. So we went to all of our blade shows together, all of our local blade shows, whether it be the Nashville Custom or Atlanta's kind of local for us. So yeah, Richard, Paul, A to Z, people like that really keep cool stuff for me to look at because to be honest with you guys, if I just look at a good example was the Geo knife. I did a review, I don't know, it's been maybe a month ago on a Geo knife. A very well done, I call it a drop bear. It's a crossbar lock. It's done with titanium, rock scale titanium, and M390. So they've upped it in what they do, but it's still kind of a basic knife. It doesn't really get me excited in any kind of way, right? So for me, I don't want to just look at it. And now I was glad that I took a look at it. They offered to send it out for me to take a look at. I'm glad I did. I think it's $121. And I think my overall thought is if you like the crossbar locks, which I've got several, I think it's probably one of the strongest locks. It's just not my favorite to try to deploy or fidget with. It's a great knife if you want to up your game and get a rock scale. It looks just like a basic bitch knife is my point. And I guess where I was going with that is I really have no idea, but I don't take, there are a lot of stuff that comes to my inbox that I don't even want to look at. Because to me, if I'm not excited to make a video and show it to you guys, a good example of one that does excite me, and I think I've made 2 videos now, is the CJRB Pyrite Light. It is my favorite Pyrite yet, and it's a $29 knife. So I don't want you to think that I don't get excited about inexpensive knives. It's just that I don't want to jump on every knife just to have content for the channel, right? Um, it's not that I'm selective. It's just that I think it's for me to take the time, which it doesn't seem like a lot of time, but it's usually 8 minutes of me having to think about what I'm going to say and talk about a knife. And to be authentic, I've got to feel something. If I hate the knife, I probably won't review it in all truth. I'll probably just send it back wherever it came from. And I rarely get those because I'm actively reaching out and saying, hey, company A, I would love to look at this knife to show my audience. I think it's great, blah, blah, blah. Could I check it out? Yay or nay? No big deal. And there's some companies that I have no relationship with, which is another reason I should go to Blade Show. But like the Civivi, plenty of people show Civivis. I've spent a ton of money with Civivis when I started out. I know that they're a great brand. Kaiser works with me a little bit. I think I could do more to showcase their brand because I come from a place where I bought Kaiser Vanguards by the handful. And I had a whole case that was designated Richard knows to those knives. I mean, I'm a huge Kaiser fan. The Sheepdog was mind blowing to me. And there are others that have come along the way. Just great knives, right? But I don't have, I'm not chasing knives to review, if that makes any sense. And I'm not looking for one guy because he was really nice and persistent and there was a language barrier. And it's the closest to a negative review I've done because it was a tip up only carry clip. Very uninspired. I mean, I say uninspired. It wasn't my jam, right? I reviewed it. Again, did I enjoy reviewing it? It was showing a knife. It was showing the things to him. And then I sent him an email before I even reviewed it. This is what's up, Panic at the Cheeto? I think that you should definitely change the clip, flip it the other way. I don't know why you've done it this way. If this is the way your country likes it, sell it there. I don't think I'm speaking out of my ass to say that that's a no bueno. Also had terrible, action. Just work on it a little bit. You've got a nice design, unique to a point. I mean, not all knives. I'm convinced that it's very tricky to be unique now. You can still do it. I think it's worth the extra work. What's up, the Night's Edge? I'm glad you did stop by, brother. Good to see you, man. Channel member, I've gotten away from saying hi to people because I go on these mini rants. And tonight I'm going to try not to go on as many rants, but there are many things swirling across my head. So there could be a rant or two here or there. Smoky Mountain Knife Works. I do want to check in on them here shortly because I've not been to their website since I made my determination that I don't want anything to do with them anymore. The Night's Edge, has it been 15 months, buddy? Dude, I appreciate you more than you know. And I don't see you. I know you're doing your live Saturday morning. You need to send someone in to just drop the hashtag. The only reason I love hanging out with the members on Saturdays, we do it for a short amount of time because all I want to do is give them time to come in, drop a hashtag, and then I'll do a giveaway like 45 minutes in. And you do not need to be there to win. All you need to do is be there to drop the hashtag in and see what I'm giving away, right? So that's kind of the point. But I know it's hard for you to be there and take advantage of it, but you need to. So I might start playing for you on your behalf. Man hug for you anyway we go. Maybe we'll do that, the Night's Edge. Smoky Mountain Knives, I'm going to show you what's wrong with them. And hopefully I have I missed something along the way, but there was a post we were on, and it's not on Instagram anymore, so they've taken it away. There was a post where they were showing off a new knife, a new Rough Rider, as a reel, kind of where they were showing some new knives, and it was an obvious ripoff of a very inexpensive $22 micarta, if you want to believe it's micarta, stainless steel, but it was an EMP EDC Nimble. Design by design. Granted, they would not bring one to market at such a low price point, but it was a clear ripoff. So much so that John Rusk, amongst other people in the comments, because the comments were ratioed to, hey, this isn't a good look. So I thought they'd say something about it. Cowboy, who was in there doing it. Cowboy. I thought Cowboy would come out and say, man, we stepped on our dick here. That didn't happen. They dropped the post. They deleted it. And then they had a video that came out on YouTube that showed what was coming in, what's new and exciting. And Cowboy went to show that freaking, what I consider a copy. I mean, and I'd heard, because I've dug into it, and I'm not going to even say what I've heard. What I've heard is this company that approached Rough Rider to offer this knife. Let's see if it's still here, and I'll show it to y'all. Oh, yeah, it's still there. Joe Isabella. Dude, man hugs, brother, all day long. And you enjoyed the shot. So here's my problem. Paul Mills, man hugs for everybody, guys. And I would, if I could bring my electric guitar over here, I could make y'all just puke every time you did something nice. I could. I still get chill bumps when I see Sylvester and Apollo bonding up after that run. Be shady, sharing the love, brother. Let's give it a little. We need this one. And not to blow Sylvester Stallone's horn, but those are two dudes who hated each other in the first movie and had kids my age believing that they hated each other. And then they came out with that Rocky 3 or whatever. And that was such a pivotal part of the movie because he lost. He finally came back. What a simplistic way to make kids feel. Made me feel. I think I got beat up a couple of times after watching that movie because I smarted off. I was about 76 pounds at the time. So here's the knife. And then I'll go to his freaking hype video because I've made some nasty comments on it. Can y'all see that? Now, I can bring mine out right now, but am I losing my mind that is not? When I look at the lanyard hole on mine, let me get mine out. Let's just do this right now. Lanyard hole. Granted, it's a liner lock version of it. 5 reviews. Let's see if they're getting ratioed in the review section. Looks like a U.S. designer's knife. Fail. Completely rip off. Fail. Why am I getting? This is awesome. See, and it's not that we don't know that knives are being copied or ripped off. It's not just knives where a U.S. designer works with a Chinese manufacturer. It's happening. I see them get reviewed by one guy all the time. SPKs and Oz. And it just makes me sick because these companies are investing in these knives. They're buying them and then they're setting up their machining and making them, right? That's one thing. But then to have a company like Smoky Mountain Knife Works, which I had an affiliate link. I didn't use it because I felt like it got me banned from Linktree because they also have pew stuff on there. Neither here nor there. Plus, they sit on your orders for 48 hours before they ship them out. I was a big fan. I saw that. If they had just come out and said, hey, guys, we didn't realize it when we saw it come out. You know, we bought a bunch at Blade Show. We've got some more coming in. They're going to look suspicious, but we're we hear you, right? We hear you. We're going to move these out and we won't buy more. Something like that. But then just to delete the entire post, I'll tell you what, we're going to get a tiny bit investigative. Let me go over to Instagram real quick. Boom, boom. And let's go to Smoky Mountain. Where are they? Are they all 4-letter branded like Madonna? Smoky Mountain, Knife Works. Maybe they blocked me. Even better. But anyway, I just made a video about it because I thought it was shitty. I think to sell a $22 knife when you sell so many knives to so many different people in the community. I've got an account with them. I can log in right now and I can show you guys where I spent thousands of dollars with them. I enjoyed, I mean, I do it, well, I wouldn't do it again. Smoky. Search is acting weird. And that's another thing. Instagram, your search is lame. I know my typing's lame too. I'm used to predictive text, predictive typing. All right, so I'm not getting, they blocked me or something. I'm not getting the way that they used to come up. I could type in SMKW and they would pull up SMKW, but I left a lot of comments on that post. Anyway, long story short, I'm not a player on Smoky Mountain Knife Works. There are other places to buy knives, and if they're going to do that bullshit, Donnie, what's going on, brother? If they're gonna buy and sell a knife that's clearly a ripoff of a designer, regardless of where they chose to get it made, I'm not going to support that. And I know that they might not have known it initially. Good evening, Donzo. But I know that they know after all those people asked them questions. Rick's Knives, what's up? What's happening, brother? All those people asked them questions in the post on Instagram, which I can't even go to anymore because I guess I've been banned. Sorry, Cowboy. I was a fan of Cowboy too. I guess I'll have to go talk to him at Blade Show and tell him what I think. Be Shady, did I man hug you yet? I think I did, but I'm going to man hug you again because what the world needs now is more man hugs, by God. And that goes for all hugs. We need less panic. And we need more hugs. Less panic. That's all. It's simple. I mean, literally, it is that simple. More hugs, less hostility. I got very hostile today, as a matter of fact. Speaking of hostility. Was that loud? Said Stevie. I thought I've turned it down on my board. I've tried to tweak it out, but I can't tell. I'm sorry if I'm blowing you guys out. What am I going to do? Where are you? Said Stevie. Are you traveling this weekend? Kyle Coonley, what's up, brother? I was way up at the top of the chat and I hadn't moved it. And I'm way behind now. And I see people out here that are running around that aren't mods. The reason I'm throwing a mod on you is just so when Edgy comes in here, his man hug is to put you in timeout for 5 minutes. And if you don't know that going into it, you might feel like you said something and upset somebody, but you didn't. That's just his way of saying, hey, I almost put you in timeout instead of made you a moderator. That's how my brain works. So now you're safe. And you can also share links to your social media. I think all y'all have that ability. Just be discreetful with what you share. Share stuff that you want to promote, and have fun. That's what it's all about. Hang out, have fun, chill, chill, chill. I'm gonna put on some music in the background. I'll tell you what. I know Stevie was trying to do it when he was doing a portrait live, and I could not do a portrait live with StreamYard. There are too many. They put too much shit in the way of everything I try to do in terms of just making myself come out there and be able to read what y'all say back and then share stuff. It should be easy. It was easy. During COVID, it's how we all did business, right? WebEx, Zoom. So StreamYard was a natural easy. Now they make it just, yeah. Now I don't help that because I take advantage of their treats that they throw out in front of me. Make me go, oh, that's funny. I still can't get over Sammy Davis. Let me turn him down so I don't blow Stevie out. You don't think he's got a pile of cocaine off the mirror there? And he's been throwing down when he's filming that in the 70s? You weren't there. Chilling out. Packed. Awesome, brother. I'm going to throw you something in Instagram. You don't have to pay attention to it. But it's there if you get bored or you want to say something, address these fine people. I've got something interesting coming in that I reached out and asked about because I'd seen that TRM Bulldogs, as you guys know, I've made videos about it. TRM is one of my favorite USA companies. I know their knives aren't for everybody, but they're some of the kindest people, and they make fantastic slicers. So the Bulldog was one of the knives they sent me. One of the first knives they sent me after the Redline Fixie, once I had a channel, because I was buying all their knives. I was a huge fan, still am. Absolutely fantastic knife. But like the Shadow, which is their only other river lock, i.e. bar lock knife, they didn't have it where you could upgrade scales. So now they're doing contoured scales where they're selling Bulldogs, which, guys, in G10, this is a Magna Cut USA made knife for I think $239. That word, as I sit here, is a great worth every bit of that. What's up, Andrew? Andrew, I'm going to make you a mod real quick. You need to share anything? I noticed you came in here with a white text, but now you're blue. But it's a great knife, and they're sending me one where I can do a video showing how you can buy now scale sets for Bulldogs, which before you couldn't change out. It was the only TRM you couldn't change scales for. Now they've come up with a way to do it, which makes me think it's the same size as a Neutron, but it's their beefiest blade stock. But I think it's going to be a home run. They are a great company, Stevie. Even if you don't, and I love their knives because I'm a city guy who carries smaller knives, but those people deserve so much respect. They're unlike Cowboy and Smoky Mountain Knives, who might not have their ear to the community. You wouldn't think that a company that was a husband and wife who used to make parts that kept all the knife companies that we all love in business because they were buying their shit from them and still do, to come along and make knives and have a little corner at Blade Show, nothing fancy, a little 10-foot table with their banner on the wall. Same people there every year, and they just hustle and they make good stuff. I'm a huge fan of TRM, and they're overlooked a lot when you're thinking, okay, I'm coming into the community, I'd like to buy a USA made folder. What's a good one? And I'm guilty of saying, TRM Neutron you can get under $250, and that's new. They stand behind their stuff. They're just very, very good people. I don't judge people just on their generosity, but I do. I think we all should more when people do things and then they want to do things, but don't want anybody to know that they did it. more props. I mean, go buy TRM knives. Great stuff. And yeah, they're the little grommets that they sell. They're like $3 that everybody was whining because you can get them on Amazon cheaper. Buy them for $3. It's a profit center. It's $3. Gives them a couple of extra bucks because they're, you know, I'm not mad at it. They also sell guitar picks, titanium. What's up, Ouchie? As a matter of fact, today, now I think they've sold out because I shared it. I don't think I had anything to do with it selling out, but they had some frame lock. They had actually 5 frame lock neutrons, which I would absolutely love. Let's go to shop all. Let me share this because I wasn't sharing it. Give me 2 seconds. I get distracted easy. You guys know how I roll. I apologize. So what they had today, and they might still have, let's go back to their homepage. Okay, they're out of stock now, but they'll have more. Now, $340. This is a titanium, USA made frame lock based on a knife that you can pick up that looks just like this for around $239 in a liner lock. Very tried and true. Great knife. I thought there were still going to be some available, but when you go in here, I picked it up from, and my first TRM originally came from Monster Racing, or he was somehow involved with it. It was cursed, but I still love that knife. It was a Neutron, and I got it on the secondary market. And then I bought a ton of scales for it. I mean, I had different scales because you don't have to take the pivot off. You can change your Neutron out all the time. So I'd change it up every other day because it was easy, kind of like, you know, it was just easy to do. And then I finally saved up for titanium scales because I will say the titanium scales were almost as much as I paid for the Neutron knife. Now they're done very well. Halpern titanium, which was what TRM was, they do a very good job with it. I'm not one to say it's not worth every penny. I just saved up for them. And then I didn't put scales on them anymore. I didn't put any of the tech wood or any of the fat carbon or my card. As a matter of fact, I gave a lot of them away, but it's just a great platform. $210. You can start out with just a G10 scale. You can add, or you can add later. I mean, they'll come out and they'll even have naked sales where they'll sell the knife without any scales. And I've taken these things apart, and guys, they work just as well without any scales on them, except they don't have anything to grip, as they do without. They're just great little knives. These are the O-rings that everybody's like, $3. Go to Amazon. You can get them a lot cheaper. Go to TRM. Buy them from them. They're the ones putting them together because it makes their knives easier to open and keeps them from waving out on you as much. But I love the knife. I'm a huge fan of TRM. They had a knife that hasn't shown up on the website yet that they debuted at Texas Blade Show, a small fixed blade. I want to get some of these guitar picks, even though I know better than to play my guitar with titanium picks, but it'd be cool to have. They had a small fixed blade, which I felt great about it, and then I felt a little bit sad because what I thought would be great, and I still think it would be great, if they take the Redline fixed blade, which is the Redline camp knife, and it's a 5.5-inch blade. It's plenty big for a camping knife, for a hiking knife, for, you know, maybe not the optimal bushcraft knife if you're a real bushcrafter. It's a beast of a knife. But if they scaled this thing down and brought it down to about 6.5, 7 inches, they've come out with a little 7-inch fixed blade, but it's not built on this platform. I think what makes this platform so unique is the way this handle, You can't see it, but it's 3D right here where this finger choil is. It comes out in the width, and then of course it comes out down there. So it's just a really great grip. It grips very, very well, and I would love to see this in a smaller knife because it's huge. For me, I'd carry it camping all day long. Would I carry it as an EDC fixie? Me personally, currently not. But these little nerds, oh man. And they're doing some stuff with Davis Designs, doing some little one-offs. Beautiful stuff. But I'll quit with the TRM. I don't have any affiliate link with them. I'm not shilling. I just think they're one of the best companies out there. I'm not going to hold back, dude. I think they are the shit. What's up, Kyle?
How we doing, buddy?
Dude, I'm sitting here loving on TRM.
I
Just
heard
because
you.
I somehow got my brain on them after I was burning down Smoky Mountain Knife Works. I somehow went over to a good company, good U.S. company, bad U.S. company. I think that's what got me over there.
Gotcha.
You're a little quiet, buddy.
I said I gotcha. Can you hear me okay?
I can. And Stevie, the whole thing is like you, I think I've told you before, I don't mind sharing all the stuff that has worked for me and say, hey, it might not work for you, but these guys have never let me down. Whether I have an affiliate link or don't. And there's some companies, several, TKL, MPEC, others who say, here's an affiliate link. And I say, you can use it just to track. If I send you traffic, I don't want to be paid a commission. So thank you so much, Andrew. Dude, I appreciate you, buddy. You do not have to do that, but I appreciate it so much. I will give you a quick man hug, and I'll turn it down so I don't blow off Stevie's ears real quick.
That was still crazy loud.
Is it crazy loud? See, I've got it turned down on my board, which is so weird because I thought, but who knows?
Yeah, I got
Bobby,
that was quite a bit. What's up,
louder
Andrew?
than usual.
How we doing, guys? Sorry, I'm trying to clean a knife. I'm not ignoring
For
you.
some reason, either my ears aren't, maybe I don't have you turned up. Now talk again.
I'm here.
Okay, it's me. I had the damn volume turned down to make Rocky not sound as loud, and I couldn't hear you, but it was still
Turning
y'all
down
hearing Rocky just as loud, right?
Yeah, you were turning down your volume, not our volume.
But it's supposed to be turning down the send. That's why that's weird. Because I've got two. Anyway, neither here nor there. Bobby, is he on? I wonder if he's on Diamondback Country on IG. Let's go to IG. Guys, there's so many knives. I will find new makers every day, and I'll show you one I sent to a guy today. I'd never seen them before. You guys have probably seen these guys plenty of time. But I just don't operate in those fine knives. Like I say, fine knives, handmade knives that are so, like Donnie does, like others do, that are just the shit. Why can't I spell? I've got a new monitor.
Did you?
Yeah, well, the one that throws off to the right, where I'm trying to be able to like stay with my chat while I share screens, and it's hard to do. It just opens it up for me, screwing more shit up. I'll get used to it. All right, down in that country. Let's see if that'll pull him up. There he is.
What the hell I got over all this?
Bobby, what's that?
So I got some type of junk all over this blade. I can't figure out what all's on it. Trying to get it off there.
Did it come with it like that?
Oh no, this is a I don't know if I cut some type of crazy tape on it or something, but it's something stuck on it.
Tape I've had to almost use. What's that? I don't have any here, but I had to go to my mom's once to get it. Nail polish remover.
I use Knife Shield, or this is
See, I've got Knife Shield, but I didn't know it would cut through that stuff.
yeah, it cuts through tape really well. This is 100 or 91% rubbing alcohol.
And
So,
I've got that, and I've rubbed it I use a 12 gauge cleaning cloth. You know, you buy a bunch of those little cloths. And so that's what I saturate when I'm cleaning stuff up. And I couldn't get it off with that. It was Amazon tape, is exactly what it was. And it was on it was on either a belt, machine satin or a hand satin, my sin. It was a hollow grind. So I don't know if it just happened to be caught up in that shit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I got it now finally, but it took a while.
I have not scratched a
So
knife.
what's going on with you, man?
I have not scratched a knife since I went through my tenable where I was practicing on it. I think my whole problem was there going for the lower angle and not spending the time to get the whole angle to where it's going to burr up right. You know, if I keep it at 20, 19 degrees, I can get a very consistent burr from heel to tip without, and I've taped it off. So I'm taping it off like about just barely above the bevel that I can see. Is that what you're doing? Just as close to the bevel as you can get to the top of the bevel?
Yeah. And
not laying it back?
Yeah. And the thing is, you got to account for, you don't want it to get too close because then you're going to get the tape all over your stones as well too. So.
Right. That's a fact. But I haven't had, and what I'm doing is I'm wiping, but I was doing that before. I had a little thing that has alcohol on it, that 91, I think it's 99 that I use. And I just wipe it, wipe the dust off because I'm doing them dry and I'm just using the plates. I'm not using the embedded stones, but I've not had a problem with it. And I've done it on, I've sharpened black DLC coated blades and I've sharpened stonewash. And I don't know if it was just something maybe I got on that blade when I was cutting it.
Yeah, you had something abraded the actual blade. That wasn't from the stones, I don't think. To me, that sounds like it was cardboard or something else.
It's very possible. What it made me think of is when you said I could be hitting the stone, because I reset my guide. Right. And I think that could have been something that I fixed that kept me from doing it anymore.
That'll leave more like a uniform scratch, like going directly up the blade, not at different angles.
Right.
Depending upon what it looked like.
I just think it's, for me, I wish I had, and I just need to bow up and go out and make more of my knives dull so that I'll sharpen more of them, because I'm running out of stuff. I sharpen things that don't need to be sharpened. And I've heard that argument of, well, you want to sharpen off your burnt edge, your factory edge anyway, in case it is burnt. Start with the fresh edge. I want to get to that comfort level because I do think the systems allow you to dial in. I was looking at my edges today, and for me being such a hack, they're sick. Brother Ron reached out to me. He was like, "What is your best thought for a travel sharpener?" I'm not wanting to pull through, and I was like, without a doubt, Work Pro Field Sharpener. I still use one. I think that's the greatest little portable sharpener that's not a fixed angle, but it still allows you to keep a blade good and maintained, or that one like you have. It's just got a couple little guides set into it, so you don't have to be you don't have to second guess yourself. Yeah,
the Work Sharp Field Sharpener is good for maintenance. I wouldn't want to be sharpening
reprofiling on it. No. Yeah. And my whole point is
it's great for in the field.
By having the guides, I think a tool like one of the TS Pro systems, you're as good as you allow yourself to dive into it. So if your fear is holding you back from screwing something up, and you might make a mistake, you're not going to fully utilize what it's capable of doing because it's so precise. So you just got to believe in it, be patient.
I mean, to a point, there is a learning curve still, but for the most part, you can get a better than average edge not knowing anything.
Absolutely.
Once you, but you can still screw up some knives because I've seen people do it. But once you get into it and you actually try to learn or get better at it, then there are definitely tricks to the trade as far as how you get better and what your results will yield.
Yeah, and I think your processes maybe change a little, or you hone your processes in.
Correct.
Like when I felt like I was really good on my blitz, I did this with the knees. I don't know if you can see it. And this is when I still let them get a little wet, but this has got, you can see slurry that cut into my DLC.
Yep.
But to me, it's a worker, right? So yeah, it sucked, but I wish I hadn't done it. I learned from it, but it didn't keep me from sharpening the next knife. I've been nervous on my little mini areas. I don't know why, because it's got a clean edge still, and it needs to be sharpened.
Those are easy though, because it's got a big choil. You don't have to worry about any.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
I would think
there.
you just set it there, set it center, and what would you guess? 2021 if you wanted to keep the factory.
The factory is like 21, 22. I usually take them down 19 to 20, somewhere in that range.
Now, my thought is when you're taking it down, you're having to grind. You're not just taking the apex down. You're having to get that whole plane of what that diamond, not the diamond, that triangle is going to look like. You've got to get it all to that same plane and that angle. So it's going to take a good bit longer to change that angle, isn't it? Just if you're looking at apples to apples, or not normally if you got the right stones.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you drop the angle, it's going to take a little longer, but that's mostly dependent upon how much you're dropping it and how thick it is behind the edge.
But that's what I'm saying was my problem. So when I would drop to a 19 or 19.5, I would think I would be impatient.
Yeah.
My heel and my tip weren't coming along, so I would prematurely flip. I wouldn't get a good apex on my tip and my heel. And I think my whole fallback on when I go back to reprofile or to drop those angles is to be patient on that low stone. You know, take your time and get it to burr up the way you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, your first stone's the most important period. So, and there's not a time limit. It's you go until you have the correct chasing the grip pattern, and then everything else falls into place.
And my whole thing was, I noticed when I started going back to 20, 19 degrees, 19 and a half, how consistent and wiry my burr would be. So I knew that when I was doing my lower grits or my lower angles, I was not chasing that burr the way I should have. I wasn't spending the time to get it where it needed to go. That's me trying to explain the fact that I did not spend enough time on those low stones. That is some interesting looking Damascus. This is that Diamondback country. Fire finish patina. So that would be something that's just done with the with a torch, or
Yeah, I don't know what his process on that is.
that's a cute little chode. It was just brought up in the chat, and
I'd be interested to see what his process is on that, because that depending
that could be problematic, right?
Yeah.
Let me show you something I sent to my buddy. I don't even remember the name of the it was A to Z EDC, and I sent it to him.
But you're in search, you're not in messages.
Right, that's why. You can tell how well I work this shit. So this knife right here, y'all check this out. It's a floating backspacer.
Oh, O'Brien's?
It's O'Brien Blades.
Yeah, Brian Blades. He makes some cool stuff.
Oh my God. I don't know why it's not moving. Maybe it's because I need to go back over here and go. Did I spell it wrong? Here it is. I mean, to me, that's just was mesmerizing. And I rarely get mesmerized looking at knives anymore. So I'm trying to see where he probably doesn't have good lock bar relief, does it?
That music is super loud, by the way.
Dude, I didn't know I had music on. I'm not hearing. It should be his music.
Right.
Dude, I'm not hearing the right sounds coming from the right places. That's not good.
Yeah, you got some.
And we missed that little snap. but I wasn't aware of him. So that's just the reason I was showing him is every day I see something on my feed that is just blows my mind. And this guy puts up a lot of it. So I too will show something that I never knew existed.
Ed, that whoever he uses for it is fine. Now, I'm talking about it because that process to get that would be after the heat treat. So that could potentially be running temper. So
yeah, and he could be doing it exactly the way you're supposed to do it, right? I mean, he could like know exactly when to do that. And then heat treat it after it, right? Couldn't you do that?
no, because you're going to be grinding afterwards anyways. That would take it all off.
Oh. That looks like it's going after the Vosteed parallel. That thin ass Kaiser. Good as a frame lock. But anyway, my point is there's always some really cool custom makers and a lot of ads. A lot of friggin' ads. That's a good knife. I've got one of those. Do you have one of those? Have you
No,
ever one?
I've actually never held one.
I'll be happy to send you a mini to check out that I've traded Paul Smith for. It's cherry, dude. It's made by name that company over.
Right.
Not right. Okay. Now mine's not the reverse Tonto, which I think that looks very sexy. But thumb stud, see that groove in the titanium bolster?
Yep.
It just your fingers are just perfectly aligned to that thumb stud. It's a really interesting feeling. I'll send it out to you if you'd like to check it out, dude.
Well, I mean,
just to check it out. Hang on to it for a month.
Nah.
Dude, I've got so many knives. I mean, check it out. If you'd like, if you've never checked one out, you should check it out.
I don't like to Kathleen, yeah, I gotcha.
What's going on, Kathleen?
I don't like to hold people's knives if I don't have to.
No, but this is one where, I'm sending it to you to hang out with. I'm not in any rush to have them back. I'm a big fan of I've not tried the light version of this, but my buddy A to Z has the original PSYOP, which is a Tough Knives collaboration. I thought that was a great knife. So much so I bought one of the Tyconics, which was when they started their own company, and it's tiny.
Yeah, I don't.
And have y'all noticed Scab is losing a lot of fucking weight? He's talked about it in some of his videos. He's been on a diet, but if you watch his videos, he's like half the guy he used to be. Which my hat's off to him.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, I mean he's doing a lot more camping. He does a lot more kayaking with his wife, and he talks about he doesn't like virtue signal that he's trying to lose weight. He just says he's trying to live better every day, right? But you can tell if you go back and you look at his videos, I'd say he's lost 100 pounds. And another one that I don't mind saying is Dark Gravity. I don't know if y'all know who he is. He's been on my live several times, but I know him in person, and he's always been a big old guy. But I guarantee you he's down to his fighting weight now. Still a big guy.
Ted looks scrawny now.
I was in, speaking of scrawny, I was in Tri-States live earlier, and we were both talking about, he said if he looks like me when he's 60, he wonders. I told him he won't live that long. I was trying to see if I saw a cool knife in here, but I don't. Those right there, I hate to say it, I think those Gentry custom knives are gorgeous. And I know this is probably a classic pattern, right?
Yeah, it's a Nessmuck pattern.
Yeah, because there's a Ye Brother has one on Amazon that looks exactly like this knife for $29.
Gentry's a good dude. He
oh, this guy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
And his work is, I mean, that was kind of junky looking compared to what I've seen him do.
He's got an amazing shop too.
And like you say, he's a nice guy. He just strikes me as your perfect knife nerd who knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Look at that secondary bevel. Is that what that shiny part is?
Yep.
So, I mean, what's the point? Could you just do a 0? I mean, that looks unbelievable.
Well, that probably, I mean, without seeing it, that almost is.
Kind of like it's almost like he's just shined up that part of the.
Correct.
But when I see some of these guys' tables, like Rocky Mountain Knife Show, and I see the little knife that I buy, that's a little 5-inch knife that, let's be honest, that's probably what he sells the least of. And then you see the other knives on these guys' tables, they make the whole gamut. They don't just make little knives. They make swords. They make, I mean, sharp shit. This guy's.
Yeah, he does good work.
Yeah, the one I've enjoyed watching, besides Shane, I enjoyed watching him the other night, is I enjoy watching Very Good Knife Companies live streams. I think he does a great job showing his processes.
Stevie, you got to share it with the class, buddy.
Stevie, you got a link, brother? The harshest mama joke ever. Feel proud. Feel proud, brother. I enjoyed picking on Shane. I mean, not Shane. Kyle tonight. Not Kyle. Cole tonight. I was literally in his chat for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. And we had good banter back and forth. Maybe he'll send me one of his liner lock. I don't think it's a liner lock. Maybe it's a top liner lock. His budget, what are they called? Crustaches have come in, or the prototypes have. They're doing like 700 of those.
Wow.
That's gorgeous. That looks like something that would be on a fire truck, doesn't it?
No, it's way too nice for a fire truck.
But yeah, but I'm talking about like your antique. So is that done with a series of belts?
Belts, and then see, there he goes. He's hand sanding it, and then he's going to buff it and polish it.
So, ballpark. I mean, he's not getting what that's worth, is he?
Matt brings pretty good money for his work.
So would something like that be $2,000 to $3,000?
No, I don't think he's charging that much. But that, I mean, that's a lot of hours worth of work putting that in.
Well, it looks like a aircraft grade piece of metal, but he's doing it all by hand. That's why I wonder.
He's got probably 6 hours worth of handwork in that. Just a finishing work, that is.
Is it fair to assume that that'll scratch right away, or is it possible that it won't scratch right away by having that smooth of a grind if you actually went and chopped it into something?
It will probably scratch, but it's also depending upon what he's hitting with it and what steel it is.
Correct.
But yeah.
I mean, he builds beautiful stuff. I've never understood axes or tomahawks, nor do I want to, because I'm afraid they might take like 60s did, and that's the last thing I need is a tomahawk addiction. I almost ordered a cold steel throwing knife today off Amazon, and I backed the fuck out and realized I need to go to therapy. I need to get back into meetings.
There's I know one right now for sale. It's a killer deal for a good sized tomahawk from a custom maker.
I don't need a tomahawk. I mean, like I said, I've got a kukri that I use around the campsite that is overkill. It's a K-bar. I forget what they call it. It's a military colored kukri. It was like $49, and I can't imagine chopping more. But anyway, I was
What's that?
I was thinking about the bigger knives. For me, I'm not a big knife guy, so if I was going to go camping, a tomahawk would just get stuck in my back. I realize that you want to have a little axe to split firewood and stuff like that, but I think I've got knives that, even though it's not the best tool for the job, for as much as I'm going to be focused around a campfire, it'll be fine. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to share my screen with something.
But my kukri's, it's no sissy knife. I mean, it's as big as, I want to say it's got a 17-inch blade. What do we got there?
So I go down to the very bottom.
Okay.
There you go, for that tomahawk.
Is that Vulcan's website?
Yeah. But
I'm going to try to pull it up.
$150 for that.
Which is very,
That's dirt cheap.
Extremely cheap. Because I know my buddy A to Z buys, what are they called? Husk somethings? Husk Bruca or some crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got like 4 of them and they're crazy expensive. I'm like, dude, what are you doing with them? Well, I've got
that's CPMD too, but it's custom heat treated, so it's decent. And that's not it's small, but it's not super small. And that's pretty damn nice for $150. I mean, that's
what's the name of it? Is it Vulcan LLC?
And there's here. I'll post it.
Yeah, throw the link in the
private chat.
Perfect. I'll open it up so I can just zoom on it if I need to.
Yeah, and let me stop my screen, put it in the private chat for you.
Was the link I saw on the clamps? That was an old link. That's still, those expired on the 27th, right? The TS Prof.
Correct.
Okay. I almost shared it today, but I saw that it was an older post.
All right, it's private chat for you.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. I'm on the side. I'm just not sharing it. Because if you hadn't have said that, I would have thought I was sharing it with everybody, and I would just sat here and doty-doed. Dude, I've had a feral cat on my porch and a young possum and a raccoon all within the last 12 hours. Well, starting last night about 10 o'clock. So maybe it's longer than that. So that's the little one that's $150. Look at that.
Yep.
And that's really all you need for a camp axe. Now, the one that I use, that little point at the back of that, I know that's handy, but I would just jam it in my back.
Well, you don't carry them without a sheath.
Right. I'm just talking about using it. So what I used, let's see if I can find a picture of this. I don't know if I'm going to have one. I want to.
I'm just looking at materials on that, and
what a great, it's a great price, dude. $150.
That's my point is, the Cerakote, the micarta, right there's the $35 to $40 worth of material, and then the steel, the belts to grind it. He's got $100 in that.
When I was watching, and I don't know the economics.
Actually, more than that, because of the thickness.
As I was watching last night, Shane painfully cut relief holes in the handle, and that drill just worked its ass off. What would be the downside of him, like with thugs and things? I know he loves doing it, but having them water jet.
There's no downside to that.
Because the way he was doing the center lines to get 2 thugs, wouldn't that, I don't think it would take any of the coolness away from his knives, is my point.
No, because that's just the shaping process. That's not any of the grinding.
Exactly. But it takes a lot of that, doesn't it take a lot of that drill press work and that crap out of it for you?
Yeah. If you have it set that way, yeah. Let
me share this real quick.
It would also help. I give him credit, but I said it would also help if he didn't have a 16th horsepower drill press.
I think
that thing is very underpowered.
So can y'all see this? That's my kukri right there. That was $49 on Black Friday.
Now you're
From
showing the
Smoky Mountain
screen.
Knives. So it's a 17-inch. And
You're
I know
still-
it doesn't look like much. I don't know if that 12 is the model number or the steel.
You're showing
But I've
Vulcan
chopped it
still.
through plastic chairs, through all kinds of stuff, and it has not rusted or
You're still-
rolled.
Javon, you're still showing Vulcan.
Am I? Damn it. What in the world? I wonder if it's this other monitor. Let's try this again. All right. Play. Make it big. Now, tell me if I can share this with you. All I want to do is you to see the size of the knife. The rest of it is just wasting time and being another technical snafu. All right, there's Vulcan. All right. Are we sharing? Now, hopefully when I do this, it'll show you the knife.
Yep, there you go.
But that's a big guy. I mean, I don't think with me
with
toting something that big, I also
11.5
need an axe in my
inch
arsenal, I guess
blade,
is my only point. Because I don't camp.
a
But
10-inch cutting
4
area,
times a year, maybe?
roughly.
I'm
and
not
then you've
snuzzing it.
got a nice 5-inch
And that's a
pommel
shitty knife. I
handle
mean, I'm just
here,
saying that's
and
a
that's the inside
$50
dimension,
knife that is
is
whacked
5
through
inches.
so much
It does
stuff.
have a lanyard on it. You could put
Now, I
a
will
rope
say
on
A to
this. I put
Z's
this lanyard on
got
it
a
if you
nice
wanted it to go
chunk
around
out
your
of his
wrist.
tip.
But this is the cable.
He got a really nasty split. And I don't know what he hit. Maybe a nail. Because we were chopping the same
Or
stuff. We got them about the same
kukri.
time.
And it is a must.
But so sell me on a hatchet. Why do I need to go hatchets?
I'm not a camper, so you're asking
Well,
the
I mean,
wrong
but-
person.
Well, you're a cutter. And it's not just camping necessarily, right? It's
Well, I
you're
mean, you're
hiking,
using them
making
for
a path.
using them for splitting things. I mean, a hatchet's meant to split. It's not designed to be slicey.
Correct. Correct.
So, I mean, that's something that Todd would be a better geometry guy on hatchets because I'm not into that.
Well, I know enough about hatchets when I was a kid, teenager, and had to chop that shit to keep my roof over my head. My parents would say, using a maul. Do you remember those little piece that you would take out and whack through the wood that was thicker than your actual? Now, I didn't have a maul. I mean, they made maul hatchets too, or maul axes that had that head, but we would just take the little triangular metal pieces.
Just a wedge.
A wedge, yeah, and
Yeah.
chop that shit through to split wood.
Yeah, that's because you need something to actually push it apart versus just cut through it.
Correct. And it makes all the difference in the world when you're splitting material. And like we did, it was for our fireplace at home. Hence why my dad would send me out there to do that shit. But I will give him kudos on buying good equipment.
Knife nut. Let me see if I can find that. Hang on 1 second. Javon, you got Instagram up?
I do. Which
right,
we're
okay.
trying to find quiet carry.
Yeah. Because I don't have it up, but I can get it if you don't.
I got it right here, buddy. Let me just pull it up and share it. And then y'all tell me what you're looking for, and I will navigate.
It was their story. He said showing the new model, the Strand XL.
How do you go to somebody's story? So I know when I go to the homepage, I've got all these stories. How do I find? I've never known this. I'm asking y'all to reach out and help a brother, because when I go to their page, there's Quiet Carry story right there.
Yep.
This stuff only lasts for 12 hours. Is that it?
Yep.
So I can pause it. It looks like a Chris Reeves to me. That's just my first thought, and it doesn't the longer I look at it.
That looks nice.
Let's go back to that. You know, I'm a huge fan of quiet carry, I love the drift. I think it's one of my favorite knives that I don't carry enough. I don't care as much for the XL because I love the choil on the regular drift. I love the 9.
Hell no.
It's just a water snake.
I don't give a shit what it is.
See, I know because I used to keep reptiles when I was in college. Reptiles are so good for our ecosystem, dude. Even the poisonous ones. Just don't fuck with them.
I don't care as long as I'm not getting near them.
No, me neither. I'm not, and I'm all for staying away from them. I'm not for people who just eradicate them because they think that they're bad. Now, I understand if you have dogs and they're on your property, by all means, take them out, if you need to do that. Now, if you've got cats on your property, it's been shown that cats are much faster than venomous snakes. So I'm not feeling it, guys.
You don't like it? I like it.
No, compared to all the other quiet carry stuff, because I'm thinking the 9, the Waypoint, I was underwhelmed by, but I own one and I appreciate it for what it is. The 9, I think, is their best knife. However, I saw one today on Blade Bench for $900. I don't get it. And that knife doesn't look that.
I like that. I mean, but I also I think the Rincon is their best knife.
The Rincon.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's the other version of the Drift.
Okay, so is that the one that? All right, I didn't want to go to their stories. Hold on. That? The LC?
No. It's on their webpage. Let me see if I can find it.
Really, they've got it on their Instagram, dude.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can't search it, then.
The Catch is pretty sweet looking. I wish I could see more of it.
The Catch is cool. Patina's got one. Or had one.
Did we decide that they're made in Taiwan as opposed to China?
I believe that is correct.
All right, let's go to quiet carry.
Hang on, I got it. I'm pulling them up right now. There we go.
Share again. You share? Is that it?
Yep.
Have you played with it?
Yeah.
Why you like it so much?
Well, I mean, I just like the design. I like quiet carry in general. I don't own any, but I like them.
Man, I need to talk to literally every retailer, knife maker about how they collect email addresses. And to collect someone's email address and then ask them for it every time they come to the website makes me hate you. And I like your knives. And I could fix that for them at a very fine price. What'd you call that? The West?
No, that's the Rincon.
Why do I not see it here? Oh, the Rincon. I had to pull it up on my side too. Yeah, I like that blade. It looks more clip pointy. I'm not mad at that at all. That looks like it's taken the best of the 9 and it looks like a very nice knife. I like it much better than what we were just looking at.
Yeah, it's let's see. The Catch.
And I realize it's designed to be something totally different.
So let me do this. Let me pull up the next one. There you go. There's the Catch. I like that, but the issue is it's too small. It's tiny.
That looks like one of Devo's knives, doesn't it? Not really?
No.
I like the blade shape. It looks like nothing I've seen before. Now, it's not cheap. When you say very small, let's see. It's
a
3.99 inch.
Yeah, just shy of 3. It's 3
Under
inches.
7 inches.
Yeah, that's too small for me.
Yeah, I wonder if you wonder if they'll come out with the XT or XL, whatever, the catch large.
Yeah, I mean, if that was 3.3 to 3.5, that'd be perfect.
They're doing a lot more with fillet knives and fixed blades. I'm on their website too. And the 9, I'm surprised more people don't have that knife. Have you tried one, Kyle?
I have not.
You want to try one?
If one comes in for work, I don't. That's about it. I don't like to borrow people's knives.
I know. I'm the same way. I say the same exact thing. As much as I get it, dude. Because I feel like I'm the guy that the house will burn down while I've got your knife.
Yeah, I'm just if somebody wants something done, and if it's something I truly want to check out, then that's when I'll work something out with them so I can work on it. But
do we know that they're a USA company, right? Quiet Carry. So they've got an interior design team, I'm assuming, because they're pretty prolific.
The guys are in Southern California.
Okay.
They do a lot of Patina knows them because they're actually not far from him, and they do a lot of cool stuff with the outdoor scene out there.
And what's cool about companies like that, and I know this from Big Idea Design Company, and I didn't know this till I started talking to them. They're designers that have a lot of stuff made overseas, but they're also designers that are putting money back into their USA capabilities. For example, the Big Idea Design Company, Lookout, their small fixed blade, they're now making it in Chattanooga, Tennessee. They got the CNC machine to do it, or whatever machine they were looking for. You can still get one OEM by Best Tech, or you can pay, I think it's $49 more, and get one made at a MagnaCut in Chattanooga. So I think that's cool. And when I see companies like, you've got to hope that we're going to see more of that with Quiet Carry. I would think, especially with their fixed blades, because Axial Knives does it, right? Kind of quietly. With their Lookout, with their fixed blades, and with their OTFs. I would love to see something.
But I mean, if they're truly made in Taiwan, which we're under the assumption that they are, then I have no issue with that. I mean, that's an ally.
I have no issue with that either. My thought is, as a maker, as a business owner, wouldn't you like to have more parts going on in your 4 walls that you could watch?
Yes and no, because if they don't have the capability of doing it, then if it's more of a turnkey service for them, then that makes more sense. That way they don't have to get into the manufacturing.
True.
So that's a business choice of how they want to proceed with that. But if they want it to be more of a design and then turn and go, then yeah, they would not want to go that route.
Speaking of business choices, would you go this route?
No.
How that fucking cowboy blocked me. Did you hear that earlier?
No.
I can't go to their Instagram. I can't go see what's going on in the post. They don't show up. They're invisible to me.
Huh.
I can't go to SMKW or Smoky Mountain Knife Works. They don't show up. I can go to their website, though. And you can read the comments on here, the reviews. And it's gotten ratioed already. Uh-oh, look who that guy is. Can you see who the reviewer is?
I do, but how are you a verified reviewer if you didn't purchase it?
Because they sent me a thing. Did I leave the review? And I said, yes, I did. Because all I said is it looks like a USA designer's knife, and I shared the picture of what it looks like. But it's live on their website. Yeah. You're not happy with me.
It is what it is.
But other people said it too. I mean, that's the whole thing. It was you go down, and what broke, it didn't break my heart. I'm not gonna go wishy-washy, but what upset me was all the comments on the post that's now been deleted. And then just down there, just another commenter was John Rusk of EMP EDC, who says, just so you know, that's the original design that I have been making for years. Just that's all he said. And I don't
Yeah.
even think he got a howdy, how do, fuck off, whatever. But you can see all the comments. Why am I getting a message by a largely known distributor promoting a clone made by their house brand? Shady. I mean, and these are all verified reviewers. Douglas M says it's a great value and it functions flawlessly. But anyway, I think why aren't more people jumping up and down? It's kind of like with the steel things, the things that I feel are important, where I feel are egregious. What do you say? Egregious?
Yeah.
Things that I feel are egregious. I can't scream at Cowboy enough to where if I go to Blaze Show, I want to walk up to him and say, "Hey, dude, I think that's shady. That you ran from the post where you could have made it right with a counter post or come out and make a video. And B, I think you're a bitch."
Well, like I said, it comes down to not what you do sometimes, but how you react to it. And that their reaction by blocking people and ignoring it tells you what you need to know.
Right,
But
exactly. And I said, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. They read the comments. They go, "Guys, we didn't know. We feel bad. We did buy a bunch of them that we have to sell, unfortunately, but we're not going to load up on someone else's design. We respect an American maker." That's all they need to say.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, just sell them in store for $15 and blow them out, and who cares? You're still making money. You don't have to post them online. The issue with stopping something like that is, I mean, yeah, you can jump up and down all you want, but it's
Andrew, they deleted the whole post.
It's not going to garner any attention. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I agree. It's wrong, but I
think if somebody like MC or Jared just said, "Hey, this is kind of shady," and pointed it out. Granted, they don't have, I can see why they don't have any reason to, but I would just think that I think if you look at the reviews of the people or the comments of the people that have just become aware of it, they're all negative. They're all, "This is not a good look."
But how many people are willing to stand up for something is my point. Do they have affiliate links?
I did until I turned them off, and I don't want.
No, my point is, I'm asking if they have them. I'm not saying that they do. I'm asking.
Yes, they do. They have affiliate links.
Then is it worth standing up for that? For if they get any cut of anything from them? So
I stood up for it and
I
turned
get
off
that,
and took away the affiliate links because I found it so egregious. So
Javon, but you're not at.
But let's say they're making $6,000 off Smoky Mountain and affiliates. They have affiliates with DLT, River's Edge Cutlery, everybody but Knife Center, where they can just steer that traffic to other entities. It's not like if they take off Smoky Mountain Knife Works and quit sending them traffic, that they're all of a sudden limiting their income ability.
It doesn't matter though, because it's a game of throw it out there and whatever sticks. I mean, it's not a matter of.
Not everybody's playing that game though. That's something I don't agree with. I do agree that that's what happens a lot, unfortunately.
And that's my point is they have to balance what they value in affiliates versus what they value in, if that matters to them or not. It could mean nothing to them. They could care less. I don't know. But my point is, I'm saying those are options that they have to look at. So that's why not everyone's going to be jumping up and down for it.
I get it. And again, it's not a kind and friendly thing, even though I did ask for just some kind of clarification. They're welcome on, or I'd love to come on and learn more.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that until something hits home in a personal level or a financial level, some people, I don't know, I'm assuming some people won't pick a side on something like that.
Well, this is how petty it is for me. And this will tell you what a weak individual I am. What did it for me was all the grief I caught for the EF225. Part of this is a joke. Part of it's not. But I was Clone Boy.
Right.
And Lefty said it with all the love in the world. And I love him for it. So I saw that even though it was an F and Grow 225, and I would argue the point of it's an F and Grow 225, I knew what it was.
You know, say you brought that
maybe
on
I'm a little
yourself.
more
You knew
sensitive.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But to then see a company roll it out as the next great thing and then see all those comments. That's when I would have said, okay, it's time to get the PR team involved. Except they don't care about the knife community because, as my video states, we're too small to even make a dent in their sales.
Correct. And that's what I was going to next was you are a small niche of a small niche. And
Sure.
to them, they don't care because it's a fraction of, I mean, you're not going to put a dent in anything that they do.
No, but a fraction of money for a ton of morality, in my opinion.
It's a business decision for them.
It is a business decision, but I think people should boycott the fuck out of it. And I don't really say that.
Well,
and maybe not. Maybe I'm overreacting.
Here's the thing that I'm cautious of when we say that kind of stuff. Yeah,
and I don't mean that word.
No,
YouTube terms of service.
What I'm saying is, I think it's okay to vote with your dollar. That's fine, but I'm anti-cancel culture. So, like, if you give them a redemption arc, that's fine. So
absolutely, a path to a redemption arc.
I'm not a person to just be like jump down to the throat and be like, oh, quit buying from them. Period. They're the worst ever. Yeah, they screwed up in this scenario, but they have a chance to get to make that back. But
they had a path starting with the post.
If they don't care, then that's on them. But everyone has to make up their own mind for themselves. What I agree with you on is sharing the information out so people can be informed to make their own best decision. That is
because I think you and I both agree that they're not competing for the same dollar. John would even say that if they probably came to John, he'd say, whatever, we can work something out. Just acknowledge that it's my design.
Yeah, I
didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. I'm saying that's not the same demographic, but I also think that we often take things too serious for the greater.
We're playing in the knife world. We're playing with toys.
I'm saying even in the knife world, we're a small niche in a small niche. Like I said, we get too wrapped up into minute things sometimes, and we let it affect our decision making because it means something to us when the greater knife community probably doesn't give two shits.
Is that the one that looks like the Schilling Cutler? Let me pull it up because I think I might be able to answer that if it's what I think it is. CJR SASA.
I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm not a.
I think it's the one that I saw that brother Casey did a video on today.
That doesn't shock me. I'm not a.
Okay, so this is from a famous, and Kyle, you can give me a little history lesson here because the only reason I know this is Casey's thumbnail was said a nice knife based on a 200-year-old design. So this is a Schilling Cutler or Schilling. What's it called? It's
That's
design of a blade.
That's a blade shape. Is the Schilling.
Correct. And there's been a nightshade that's used that blade shape. There have been several knives that have used that blade shape.
Right.
I think there's a lot different, Kathleen, in that they've taken a knife with an old blade shape and made a new mechanism, new handle, button lock. Whereas what Smoky Mountain Knife Works has done has kind of replicated the design without any changes, without putting a button lock on it.
Let me ask this: What are we upset about that it looks similar to?
We're not. This is a comment that I highlighted that Kathleen said. I agree with you about Smoky Mountain.
Right? No, I'm asking. I'm not sure what are we comparing it to?
How is it different? How is what Smoky Mountain Knife Works is doing promoting Rough Rider and their new knife than CJRB is in promoting the Sasa, which looks very much like a nightshade, even though we know it goes further back than that in design.
Right. I get that. That's one of my points. I wasn't sure what you're comparing the CJRB to, because that blade shape has been used hundreds and thousands of times probably on different knives. Now,
Right.
if it was the same shape handle and you know, parameters and size and all that, then jimping placement and everything exactly the same, then yeah, I think that should be talked about. But I also don't think that comparing CJRB to a Vosteed is, and I'm not trying to argue, but I'm saying I don't think that that's any.
I think they both did their interpretation of
Well,
a classic.
what I'm saying is
shape.
they're both the same as far as like company wise. So it's not like they're going to share designs. It's not like they're one is intellectual property of another one. They don't care. That's but
correct.
I don't know that I'd have to go back and look at a nightshade. I don't know exactly how close that is.
I'll show it to you real quick if you can still see. Hold on. I've had 3 nightshades. It's my favorite cutter. I like that shilling blade style.
I'm not a fan of CJRB or Artisan, and I hate Vosteed, so those things don't really.
I'm a big fan of Vosteed, but that's just me. But look at this knife, and the blade cuts very well because of its design and because it's been around for so long. But this is the old one, and then they came out with a newer one. That's a liner lock, and they've done it in every kind of lock style now. So it's a little bit more banana-y than if I go to this, does it still share that, or do I have to stop sharing for you to see the CGRB?
Yeah, it's just showing the Vosteed currently.
All right, let me stop sharing and share. Hold on. All right, here's the CGRB. I'll make it big, and then I'm going to go to the Vosteed so you can keep a mind's eye of that. For me, the Vosteed is more of a banana shape. So
yeah, it is. It definitely is. Blade shape is similar, but the handle is.
But that's what they call a shilling.
Correct.
You gotta.
Right. That's the blade shape. I wouldn't call that a copy at all. But China copying China is, I mean, that's every day. I mean, who cares? That's what they're going to do.
You can see it on Amazon. You can see it on AliExpress, and you can see it on higher end, like Green Thorn. They're higher end clone companies where you can buy a $200 clone that's done very well.
The quote unquote OEMs over there sell off the designs to the cloner companies because they're all related anyways. As far as businesses, not saying obviously people, but the businesses are. So, I mean, because I've had friends in production with some things that were made over there and went to visit a factory and watch the person they handed the design to walk across the street and have a meeting with another company across the street, and then it shows up being for sale by the other company. Like they're
that quick.
There's no morals.
If they see something, they have the ability to bring it to market. They just look at it as we're able to execute on whatever you showed us.
Yeah, it's if it comes down to dollar and cents, if they can make money, they're going to try to.
Copying can be totally accidental panic. The only thing that, again, that threw me off on the Smoky Mountain knife, and again, I'm down on the wrong hill, but when all the people, when they posted the video on Instagram and all the comments were, hey, that looks like this, that looks like this. And then John Rusk from EMP said, hey, that knife is just like my EMP EDC Nimble. And he put a link to his website. Well, that went on for 2 days. And instead of Smoky Mountain making a post about it saying, hey, I realize you guys think that this is that, but it's not, we made a mistake or whatever, they just deleted the whole post. And then did a YouTube video of what had come in new and kind of re-showed it.
Right.
So that's my only point. They could have, and everything looks, a lot of knives look alike. I forget who said this, but it's hard to find something truly unique. You can find truly unique knives, especially when you're looking at edgy blade works, blessed knives, stuff that people are doing by hand. You know, you can find unique stuff, but there's a lot of things that look a
Kathleen,
lot alike.
yes, that is 100% spot on, Kathleen. That's what we're talking about. It's not about the copying because that's just going to happen. We don't care about that. It's the American company supporting the sales of that.
Right. And the fact that if because they're always at Blade Show, Kathleen, they make a very big presence to give out hats and be like at the Blade shows. But if they really have their ear to the community, which we're a small part of their overall sales, they would have responded to that post and with some kind of PR. I would have if it was my business, even if it was 1% of the sales. I just don't think it's a good look on social media.
Yeah. It you just got to pick with who you're doing business with carefully. That's all. I mean,
Yeah, and like
I know you're friends with it, Javon. I know you're going to say you aren't, but you're biased because you're friends with John. But
yeah,
at some point when he designed or decided to license his design over there, he sold his soul. And
absolutely. I think we've all agreed to that. I think that's something that you've made a very good point on, that when a designer does that, we have to think, you and me as businessmen who aren't making knives, that they're not that short-sighted. They thought, okay, I've got a design I can capitalize on with this niche market that we're talking about. The very niche market, us, the people that appreciate an EMP, which is few, over a copy. And there's a difference, I think, in knowing that that's going to probably get sold in a lot of different variations. Like I think his was a bad example of it really getting abused by QSP or whoever that, all of them are the same, however you want to look at it. But then to have it come into Smoky Mountain Knives, who again poses as someone who are ears to the community, but then to hear so much hate and not come out and just say something. That's my whole point. Yeah, it's John's fault for going, and anybody that goes to China, but correct. It doesn't have to be them going to China, because you can see all the Oz's being cloned and all the Chris Reeves. All they have to do is buy one. They can buy them probably easier than we can. They have more cash.
They can do it with pictures. They can do it with anything. But that's not the point. The point is them making money off of IP. And going back to John, perfect example is if you think these companies aren't ruthless and have any scruples, his clone, when it came out, was a 1-for-1. I mean, you could swap.
It was a 1-for-1. Great. You ordered one.
You could swap hardware on them and they fit. That was completely a CAD design license sold to another in-house.
I'm convinced that the blade steel wasn't D2. It was whatever they made the nimbles out of. I'm convinced that they just made extra money.
Yeah, we know that they just do whatever they want for steel anyways. But the point is, the actual design and factory that it came out of was the same exact CAD file. So
exactly.
His original company, who he did business with, turned around and
he talks about that openly.
And turned around and licensed that, or not licensed, but gave that design and made a cheaper run of them.
In their words, it leaked.
Yeah, bullshit.
Which is a word for exactly what you're saying. I'm just semantics.
If it leaks, then why does it happen all the time?
Exactly. I agree, Bless, 100%. And I think what we're all saying is they'll never be stopped. I mean, whether it's people licensing their intellectual property or them getting access to, like they always have, products and making them better, or trying to make them better and sell them for cheaper.
Right. Licensing just makes it easier for them. But when you're still giving them your money and then you're going to have your products copied later by them, I mean, that to me is just a kick in the balls. You're paying them money and then they're going to steal it and make money off of you without giving you your cut.
That's horrible. I mean, to me, that's like the person that you would think, and I'm not saying this for sure, but as much as we talk about it, that the people that take the time to go in and price the different manufacturers, and some are probably better than others, maybe not, but that they know that going in. It's kind of like we're going to have to deal with this at some point if we don't make them here. If we make them here, my point is, the Nimble's kind of a unique design, and it's a niche. Not everybody wants one. They've been very popular. A Chris Reeves or an Oz, they sell out all the time, and they're very simple to recreate. So whether you get a CAD, because the guy that always that reviews all the cloned Oz's, they're all different. They're from different companies. They're like 5 or 6 of them he's reviewed that are slightly thicker, slightly thinner, whatever. It's bullshit because they're taking a design that's truly American. It's never been licensed to China, but it's not rocket science to recreate it.
No, they reverse engineer everything because they don't innovate. They just manufacture. But my point is, if they had the CAD file or they had, access to that, then it makes things easier for manufacturing. But it doesn't.
We love you, Joe.
It doesn't mean that that's the only way to skin a cat. Obviously, you're able to do it via pictures, 3D scanning, all kinds of things. But again, just no, okay.
There's
Yoko, you're thinking that backwards. So the copyright means nothing to them, obviously, but you can do whatever you want with your IP. But the point is, they're stealing and selling your IP. So if you design your knife, they turn around and sell it, and you get nothing off of that, and you have zero discourse or retaliation against them.
no court system that will litigate that for you.
You're screwed. And I don't care what anyone says. No NDA or piece of paper is worth what it's printed on. That there's no,
because you can't enforce it. There's no recourse.
Yeah. So my point is, it's not about whether or not you want to continue making the knife. It's that they're going to make copies of your knife, and you don't get any credit for it financially or verbally or in writing or anything.
And I think what was so eye-opening to me when I went through my early F and grow was expecting that knife to come in and me be able to chew it apart and do a video on why it was obviously looked like a knife that I didn't have one to compare it to. It looked like another knife, but it was so good. Even when I took it apart, that knife was done exceptionally well. And I realized that's not a testament to them doing or innovating. It was just, I could see how people buy that knife, tell their friend about it if don't know or aren't loyal, because Strider's even more niche, right? So a lot of people on Amazon that see that knife aren't going to know, in the big scheme of things, that have never watched a YouTube knife video, that's a design that's questionable, right? Or stolen. They're going to get it, and it's a very well-made knife.
Yoko, so you can do it here, but I'm not sure what you're saying as far as how
I think he's saying that, and I could be wrong, but clones, even when they exist, the people that are going to buy an original are going to buy an original. If they know that he can also do it here, and people know that that's really what's being marketed, and that's what will be desirable. I think what happens, Mad, is I think maybe we get caught up in things where the price points don't make sense, where we're not taking money out of Chris Reeves or out of Oz or out of EMP EDC to put these cheaper models out, even though they should be getting a small percentage for the design, or at least credited for it. The bottom line is they're probably not crossing over the same buyer.
Not all scenarios. No, the majority of the scenarios they're not. But the point is, you create a masterpiece of art and people start copying it. Do you not want credit for that? Regardless, it has zero to do with getting rich. It's about, that's what you created.
I agree with you, Satisfaction, that some are very plugged into the community.
Maddie, yes, I think that they're on the up and up now, but they didn't start that way, and none of them start that way.
But the good news is that they've kind of, even though
they've changed and they've grown,
they've kind of grown with what they've learned from. Because you think about it, if you were Asian making knives that you didn't know that this group, when I first went to Blade Show, I had no idea that these people existed. I'd seen them on, you don't realize that. But for them to take the time and come over and learn and listen, there's a lot to be said for that. They have a dinner every year where they invite people, to come tell them what they think about the knives that they've been putting.
Okay, so your pride wouldn't get her over that, but most people don't want what they've created to be taken by somebody else. That's like saying, you build a brand new nice shed to go work in, but I'll just come use it whenever I feel like, because oh well. I mean, no. Sometimes what's yours is yours, and
design, intellectual property, that's where I don't think we'll ever agree unless something happens behind the scenes, which is cultural. It's not as much policy as it is a cultural way of, I think, looking at.
I disagree with that.
Well, it could be. I don't know. I mean, I've never been. Plus, I didn't do good in U.S. government or history.
No, the analogy that I was getting at, Yoko, was the fact that you're saying that you don't care if somebody uses what you've designed. My point is, if you've designed it, it's yours, and it's your right to own that.
Maddie,
I would stick up for that.
Nobody's hating, and I totally agree with that. And I think
Maddie, absolutely.
And that's why I've been trying to get Jason in touch with some of those guys. And that's why I wanted to watch what Scotch told me about what the Blessed Knives people think about their dealings with concept. Because I still think this is the best knife of the year for $177. I know it's not everybody's style.
Maddie,
but evidently there was a podcast where the guy that designed this was not happy with how it went down. So I'm curious.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, my favorite Devo is the Lush, which was OEM by Concept. Devo's not going back to Concept. They're having Riot do it now. So something happened. Don't know what.
It could be all kinds of things. It could be timing. It could be
cost. It could be
it could be a log. I mean, I know they were backed up for a while. So the ability to get your designs licensed, Maddie, is great, and I would support you for that. I'm not knocking you by any means. I'm just saying that there's a difference between licensing and, well, I'm just, never mind. I'm not going to get into it.
One thing,
Concept has I think we're working on like 2026 stuff right now. Late 20.
Maddie, help me with Sharif. Help me think of a company, because I think Jason Grant, knowing that he draws a knife a day, not that they'd want a knife a day, but he could add some cool designs. I'd love to see him at least get a contact where he could just send them stuff. He wouldn't care if they were ripped off. He just wants to draw knives. And I think companies, and I don't know the global politics, but I do think if it's one big company and they've got little companies that have roles to play, I think your Kaisers, and I know we disagree on Vosteed, Kyle, but what I've seen about Vosteed before I had a channel and when my channel was small was one of the designers who was the owner, I think, and his girlfriend used to be the only two people at the booth. And they spoke very little English. And like when I first walked up, they'd seen me flipping knives in my car on Instagram. So we got a picture made. And then they started asking what I thought about their knives. At the time, they had like 3, the Raccoon, the Akio, and maybe the Shilling Cutter or something. But they've always seemed like young Asian people who are taking the time to come to hear from me and thousands of people like me about what they want, which is kind of, I don't know what goes back and happens, but he's here every year with a smile on his face. He's always happy to see me, and he's always got cool shit. So, I think there's there's room for all of it, I think. I mean, I think the more the merrier. But when you've got companies, the ones that I break out, Civivi, even though they don't give me the time of day, they're plugged into, I think, what the community wants, what we, and I don't know if they are or not because their designs are whack, but some people love them. I would, Best Tech's the one that's got a lot of gray area, but I own a lot of original Best Techs. When I say a lot of originals, the only one that's not's the Sin, because something happened there in that OEM process where when I bought it, it was branded Best Tech, but when I learned about it, it was branded something else.
Yeah, that got ugly.
Allegedly, yeah. I mean, surely it got ugly. But is a company like Best Tech, which we know they don't make knives, but are they trying to help just China, or are they trying to help the knife community get knives maybe at different price points?
Best Tech's more expensive than Riot.
Sure, but like the Sin that I bought at Blade Show, this LMAX.
The reason why that was so cheap, John, is because that deal fell through, and they were trying to offload.
But at the time, because I bought a Vero Axon from Best Tech that was at the time $245. They've gone up a lot now. It was a liner lock, where this one was a concealed frame lock, and it was $250 at Blade, which they're going to be cheaper there. But I don't think it would have been an over $300 knife. My question, I guess, is: are those companies here? And I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about the Kaisers, the Concepts, the Vosteeds, which is a small company compared to the others, or a small group of people starting to make knives. As this Concept, smaller than Kaiser, because they started with people that were at Kaiser. But I think they're making a time investment to make products, sure, to make money, but that Americans want, or that the market wants. Vero is severely overpriced. I agree with that.
Yeah, most of your boutique OEMs are.
Now, one thing that I do have, I don't take issue with it, but I do know that margin should not be set by cost of goods versus some random number. I think the market should dictate to some point what that is. I don't think profit is a bad thing. I don't think if you get a 10% profit, you're necessarily better or operating more efficiently than somebody who's making 50% profit.
Okay. When you're looking at cost of goods sold, there's obviously industry standards, but you also have to take into account, like you said, market value. If you're not selling through, then your pricing's too high. If you're sitting on, leftover goods, then your cost of goods doesn't mean anything. So you also have to look at it from a cash flow perspective. When you purchase, say, 100 knives, okay?
Night, Joe.
See you, Joe. And you've got 30 of them sitting back, and you only sold 70%. You've clearly made your money up front. So that 30% that's sitting back at that point is a cash flow issue. You need to sell those. It doesn't matter what they cost you. You need to sell those at whatever, solely to make your money and move on to the next project to fund that.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with, oh, well, that cost me X amount of money, so now I got to sell it for 3X. No, at that point, who gives a shit? You have to move forward with your business. So
correct.
That's why there's so much when it comes into it. And a lot of people haven't run businesses, so they don't understand these things. And I'm not discrediting anyone or saying down to it, but if you don't have that experience, then not knowing, you just don't know what you don't know. The ability to shift your pricing and adjust accordingly, then that matters almost more than the quality of the product, because
you have to be nimble and lean. Exactly.
You have to be able to sell through. That is the name of the business. Any type of goods sold is sell-through rate. You don't want to be sitting back with old product, because then it becomes less valuable the longer it goes on.
And it drags on your new product.
Right. And sometimes it depending upon who it is, it will prevent new products from coming to market because they want to sell through because they need the cash flow to fund the new projects. So,
Stevie, I agree with you. That's the one that is my one and done that I kept from Vero. I said one and done. Have you tried the Axon Fixie? Have you held one? The only reason I ask is I've got one and it's thinner slightly, but exactly the same length. And I think it is a perfect folder, but I think it's a great fixie. It's big for me. I have it. I would grab it, but it's got shit sitting on top of it there.
Maddie,
I took up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just going to tell Maddie, hit me up when after the stream. I'll talk to you about something. I don't want to call it out here. So, but hit me up afterwards.
They've always been great people. I'll tell you, I miss Kay, and only because I knew Kay. And I know they've got other people plugged in, and I love Vu. I love when Vu was real active with Kaiser.
Yeah, they I like Vu. They did him dirty. Kay and Damon were cool. They seemed like nice people. I think that they got a little off track with Pyrotech, but I wish them the best.
Stevie, I think the Axon Fixie is definitely overpriced, but it is a great knife. It's a little bit long. I prefer more of a 6 or 7. Call it out here, Kyle.
Maddie, no, I wasn't saying that anything you said was wrong.
I think you were just going to share some insights or thoughts.
Yeah,
I kind of agree with you offline. So see my little tiny Apache case that Jim Miller sent me a long time ago for a giveaway, but I didn't have a box that I could put it in. So me being a greedy bastard, I put my flippies in it so I could take that top rack and put fixies in it.
Okay.
I got too many freaking knives, guys.
Cheeto, whatever you say, buddy. Think what you want.
Hard to trust a guy who don't show his face. I know he's kidding. And what's funny is I've seen Kyle's face twice, and I don't think I'd recognize him if I walked past him at Starbucks. Maybe I would if he cracked a smart ass smile, but if he just was walking, I don't think I would. You're a pretty normal looking dude, guys. I mean, you are. That's a good thing.
I'm pretty forgettable.
Yeah, well, you're not forgettable. I wouldn't call you a gray man by any stretch, but and I only saw you late for a couple of times. Just look for the out of place golfer. That's just one of his. Oh, guess what I saw on YouTube yesterday that you might have heard of. You know who Bruno Mars is, right?
Yeah.
You know, he's been doing a residency at the MGM for almost 2.5 years. You know why? Allegedly, he's got a $50 million debt.
Yeah.
He makes $1.7 million per night. They're taking, and the way that casinos, you tell me if I'm wrong, but like the MGM, since they're hosting him, they can't have that press of he's gambled up this huge debt. So what they do is they take it out of his contract.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened with I don't know how much you follow, but you remember who Phil Mickelson is?
Yeah, I know the golfer.
Yeah. He had a lot of markers because he was a big time gambler. And when he had signed a contract with Callaway, part of his negotiating was they had to pay off his markers. That was in his contract. And it was something like over 10 million at the time.
Wow. Is that something that surely they don't do that kind of stuff now, or maybe that seems so unpolitically brand aligning?
Well, that was never like publicly.
It's kind of hush hush.
Yeah, that was never like broad news, but it definitely happened, and he definitely was a big time gambler out there. So There's been several people like that.
Pete Rose, Michael Jordan. I mean, they talk about Bruno. There's a place at the MGM. I forget what it's called, but it's a little lounge that he founded. It's like a high-end lounge that he plays in 2 nights a week, but it's a high-stakes poker area at the MGM. And one guy said, and this is a source from this TMZ article last night, that he was there playing one night and watched him personally lose $17 million in a night.
Not playing poker, he wouldn't.
He wasn't playing poker. He was playing poker, and he was playing I think it was just poker, because he changed his Instagram from musician to poker player like 8 years ago, kind of joking. Could you not lose that much playing poker?
Yeah.
I know you're playing with other people's money.
Not in a you can lose that much money, but not in that not in a casino setting like that. That's not a
back rooms type poker.
No, okay. So they have high room stakes. You have big tables. You have big games. You playing PLO can get out of hand, especially playing 25, 50 PLO, that kind of stuff.
What's PLO stand for? Or what does it mean? Are you just
it's playing pot limit Omaha or pot.
Okay, so when you sit down, you buy in essence.
Yeah, I mean you have money behind you, but the point is, I'm saying if you're playing for that big of stakes, that's not going to be just with any generic players. That's going to be with people who are known in that community, and they're probably not playing at the casino unless it's televised or it's a something that's a specialty. But he could be sitting there playing 25, 50 and lose 100, 200K a night.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure they've got crazy games, high stakes, where you can bet on coin tosses, couldn't you?
You can bet anything, man.
I mean, yeah, because I've watched, I don't know if y'all ever heard of a guy called Boss Man Jack. He's in jail. Well, he's out of jail. He's in recovery now, but he had a state contract, and that they gamble online. And he was one of the famous crasher outers who would get like $8,000 a week from his state contract, and it would be in different cryptocurrencies, and he would gamble. But he would win huge amounts on stream and then go to lose it. Like he'd be up 200 grand and lose it in 4 hours, because he'd end up back at this coin flip thing, which is a green and a red line. Each time he clicks the button, it would move. And so if he got a green, that would be he won the coin flip. But he kept going, because if you get like 3 or 4, it quadruple or 8 times your money. It's just crazy, stupid gambling. But he was an addict, so you'd watch him do this in real time. I just watched the clips, but it's insane. So I would think because they showed pictures of Bruno Mars, because he evidently drinks a lot, which I would if I was a famous musician. I've always liked his music, but he'd be sitting there with a real tall, expensive bottle of something, a bunch of chips, and look pretty hammered at a table by himself. So I don't know what kind of trouble you could get into, especially if you're making 1 point.
Throwing that kind of money around, he's probably playing roulette. More than likely, because he's in it for. So you progress as far as your degeneracy in a casino. It goes from, you're playing $5 blackjack, then you go play slots here and there, or you go play. Then you start playing a little bit.
Is the loss similar to you making that next step in knife value?
There's that, but it's also it's the adrenaline rush of the more you put at risk, the higher the adrenaline rate is.
And the longer, I've heard statistically, the more staying power you have, the better your odds are. If you keep sitting there and you have the balls to try to come out of a big one.
No. So the odds are the odds. It doesn't matter how long you sit there. If you're playing a game where you have 70% odds to the house, then that's going to run for the whole entire time. You're going to have peaks and valleys.
Always win.
You're going to have peaks and valleys, but you're just sitting there longer is not going to. No, I mean, if you're in a down streak and you're going to sit there and play, then yeah, you're going to get some ups. But the point is, there are odds for a reason. So, but yeah, so you progress and then you start putting in bigger money out, and then you go into other things like craps, or you go into things like roulette, where you're a lot less likely to win, but your payoff is so much more that it becomes more addicting.
That's the one that got me. Now, I was never more than $100 a night gambler, but roulette, I would play NASCAR. I would go in and pick splits on numbers based on cars, totally random. And I had a couple of nights that I won, took $100 and turned it into 8. But I never knew, like blackjack, I was never that good at. I'm not going to stand on a 13 or 14, but you're supposed to, depending on what the dealer's got. I don't have self-control. What would you go to? I mean, you're a poker player, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what I would end up doing is I would make my money in there, and then I would go blow it, the rest of it, dicking around on the book or on. I'd go play blackjack while I was waiting for table to open up. But I usually end up making money in the poker room, and then losing money on the book or on doing crazy parlays and that kind of stuff.
On sports betting?
Yeah. Then you just go back and you make more money. So that's the low risk scenario. And like, I've played it pretty much every casino in Vegas. That's why I was saying about losing 17 mil. Like, I haven't been there in Vegas in a while, but I've not seen any high roller rooms like that. That's not something like that wouldn't be televised. That's not a normal occurrence.
Don't you think, though, every casino, especially these big ones, have those? Because I walk past them, and there are always a couple of people in there playing, like at all hours. They're real small rooms, and they're real exclusive.
Yeah, you high roller rooms. Yeah, I played in some of those.
But don't you think those casinos have to be turning that kind of money? I know they've got the masses that are feeding slots, and that's a lot of it. But wouldn't we think that big money's changing hands too, even if it's not televised? Just with the seediness.
No, I'm talking about poker. There's a difference, because you're not playing against the house. You're playing against
other people.
So the house cut money is not that much for a scenario like that.
So is the house just get a percentage of everything bet? Is that how they make money on poker?
Yeah, you have a rake. So you take in a percentage per hand with a cap, and then you also have the dealers make money from tips.
How do casinos not all make money?
They do.
They just cut themselves down and go build another one somewhere else, so they finally get out of it and go on a yacht?
Yeah, I mean, the only way to lose money is complete and utter mismanagement or corruption. There's no fundamental way that they can lose money, or they run out of money playing big bank versus small bank. So that's why sometimes you'll see certain places cap you at certain bets, because they don't want to take on the risk. Not that they don't think that they'll win long term, but they're just trying to limit the risk.
Kathleen, Oscar Mayer is America. Is as American as baloney.
My baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR. My baloney has a second.
Javon, you've got to fix that, buddy. That blew my eardrums out. That was about 100 decibels easily.
God, dude, how is it? I mean, because I turned it. That's bizarre. I'll figure it out. I'll record it back, and I'll probably be mortified. But anyway, that shit happens. I won't play the Brady Bunch breaking their not play ball in the house. I'll spare you all that one.
The kid was screaming in my ears.
Was he?
Yes.
Because I've got on headphones, and to me it was super quiet, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm a hack, dude. You know me.
I just was saying that was bad.
I did not mean to make y'all's ears bleed. And yeah, and that's something that I don't eat bologna anymore. I used to love to grill out hot dogs when my daughter was about 7. We did it at the pool a lot. I don't think about shit like that, and I don't eat it anymore.
Sorry, Maddie, we're talking about gambling and grown-up stuff.
I feel like it's lips and other just miscellaneous. It's not going to play. I'm not going to play any more stuff, guys, until I say bye, whenever that is this morning. So I apologize. I was gonna, and the music was loud too. You said, like when I went back and played, I've got this turned down to. All right,
The music, your music you're playing is not bad. What I'm saying, anytime you're playing a video or you're playing, like when you're on Instagram and the video was on there, it was super, super loud.
I got you.
Knife nut, absolutely. You get it sliced like a 1/4 inch thick. Oh yeah. I love fried.
So it was so good if you didn't think about it too
I
much.
don't care. I know it's made of pig assholes and sawdust, and I still love it.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I used to love to take a hot dog, split it, put a little Dale sauce on it, throw it on the grill, throw some cheese and some Louisiana hot sauce. My daughter and I would eat those up.
Fried bologna, you just need bologna, mayonnaise, and cheese, and you're done.
You killed it with the mayonnaise, dude. I don't get it.
It has to go on there.
I only like mayonnaise, and I've talked about this, disguised in tuna.
I love mayonnaise.
So, Maddie, does Kaiser I mean, I'm sure so many people are clamoring. Where would you try to point Jason? I'm trying to talk to Dave Warren and to you because he had a relationship with them, and then they had COVID or something happened because after his gripper, he was talking to them or they reached out to him or something. I'd love to just have him talk to somebody. And I know it's easier said than done. I just don't know.
Maddie's got Paul Wang's email address. I might be able to get him in touch.
Well, Maddie might know they're totally. The seasoning is delicious. What I did, Richard, is I took it to my mom's. Like I said, I'm going over there to check on her feral cat to get to meet him. And she is going to cook some gumbo with it. We were finger eating it the other day, and the sauce is awesome.
That reminds me.
Can you design those labels?
Javon, that reminds me. I need Richard to, you've got his mailing address?
Yep.
Okay, send that to me because I've got something that's going to him, but I need a mailing address. So
I'll write that down, make myself a note. Did that tipper ever come?
Not yet.
Okay,
We said he was sending it out Monday.
Yeah, but I didn't get a tracker, and I know he's a space case, and I know he'll send it. So you need Richard's number?
I just need his address.
Reach out to Jason. I've sent him the link the last couple of times, and he just gets he gets tied up. He's got, I think, a 9-year-old daughter and his wife, and I can understand.
I should have, hopefully by the end of the week, I'll have a package heading your way too. I've got the shaman and this joke wolf that I got to do some work on.
No rush, dude, at all. And the shaman, I'm gonna just take that. Have I showed you those scales?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gorgeous scales. And I did the MSI. I don't know if you watched that video, probably not, but I did some skiff upgrade in my ram lock stitch. No problem. All good. So I took the MSI apart, and I kind of knew how ram locks worked. I didn't realize that there was have you taken apart a ram lock knife?
I have not.
So it's got like a straight spring, that you pull back, kind of like a ball lock. So basically you've got a standoff that's made special that then a little part of like a pinion goes over, and then the spring sticks in that thing, right? Long story short, I was taking it apart, and the spring jettisoned the fucking standoff, which is about the size of a piece of rice, 2 pieces of rice. And dude, I heard it bounce off 2 walls, and it wasn't my knife. So long story short, I finally found it. I cut the video. I don't know if you can tell, because I like searched for 4 hours for that little fucking piece. I was about to take apart my stitch and get it, but it was just, I always knew that with Demco locks, you've always got to be careful when you've got something under tension. But the ram lock, when I took it apart before, because I didn't take the liners off the cage. Dude, that thing had some power behind it.
Is it a steel spring?
It is.
And you get you one of those long walking magnet things. You can walk around and pick it up. It's off the ground.
That's what I had. I actually had a whole, those PPU holders that I use it to keep BBs and stuff on, and slingshot shot, but it's a real heavy duty magnet, an earth magnet.
Okay.
That's what ended up catching it.
So I've got one of those big ones that
you can stand up and walk with.
Yeah. Because if I've got carpeted room in my office. So if I drop something in here, it's dark carpet. I might not see it. So
what's the diameter of your magnet roughly? And you don't have to grab it. Is it 2 inches? Is it 5 inches?
Inch and a half, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I need something like that. Knife nut. What made it bad is it's hardwood. I've got hardwood floors, so it bounced off like the ceiling above me because it shot straight up, and then I heard it kind of bounce off at an angle, and then I heard it hit the floor, which I thought was right behind my feet. And then I gathered up the other shit that it had blown off when it was coming apart and made sure it was in my tray. And when I started to put it back together, that's when I realized I was missing that part. And yeah, that was a pain in the ass. Now it went together fine, so I didn't feel like putting a burning school bus on the thumbnail for my own ignorance.
Nice. Andrew, I'm sure I will once it's done. It'll probably be a while. He's still catching up, but I've got you on the list for orders. So
I was watching him do those center lines last night, and I was just thinking, God, there's got to be a way to have that stuff just cut.
Okay, Richard. Thanks, bud.
Oh, he sent it to you? Damn, Richard. What, you don't have faith in me? I'm going to Pirate Ship right now, and I'm going to private message it to his ass.
I'm sure he
probably
figured you'd forget.
I wrote it down. He watched me write it down.
Yeah, but you'd forget that you wrote it down.
No, you have little faith. Not like that. I used to be the worst. And if y'all go back, I used to give away knives every Friday night, and I would have 8 or 9 knives from 8 Fridays packed up that I had to take to give away. I would have to take them to the UPS store to buy postage for them, and it was a nightmare. I was the slowest shipper of anybody. Now I ship usually the day, like if I give a knife away Saturday morning, I try to ship it that Saturday. I'm anal about it.
Maddie, speaking of which, I need to bring up a point. So probably by the end of the week, I will be opening back up again for books. I'll be getting caught up by then. So then I'll be able to take on anyone who needs something done. So I know there were a couple people that were asking about wanting some knives sharpened. So
do you like to quote your prices, or do you like to just look at the knives, Kyle? I know you've talked to me about it, but I didn't know if.
I mean, I have a base price, but then everything is like a per basis scenario because of different blade shapes and what we're doing with it. So different finishes, and if I have to lay it back a lot, or so it's more of a let's talk about it and we'll get you a quote before anything ever happens. So
depending on what they want. Hey, Richard, does 303 ring a bell? Look in the private chat, Kyle. Forget my ass.
Okay.
But go off the one he IG'd you, because I just threw a clue at him. I don't know if that's one thing great about Pirate Ship, and also very weird about Pirate Ship. And I'll say nobody in here, and I haven't seen it in a while. But Pirate Ship, and I think Maddie somebody brought this to my attention too. I had a lot of people win off different names with the same address.
Yeah.
Okay. And Pirate Ship keeps up with that. That's what's kind of interesting about it.
It's good to have it, because I mean, if I end up having a bunch of return customers, it's just nice to have the autofill in there for sure.
Absolutely.
Plus, I like having it for the back end reports like that. When I just did that big order for Brian, it was easy for me just to go in there, pull up a report, track all the shipping that we did for those, and then be able to export that and say,
Andrew, you'll get there, buddy.
Here's what the pricing was for all those knives for shipping. Exact. So Andrew, I told you, just have that dude take some steel wool, clean it up, and put it in a case. He doesn't need to be using it anymore. He's got an old knife that it's going to take so much off of it to get it fixed that it's not worth it. But it's sentimental, so
it's a keeper. Oil it up.
Yeah, restore it and don't ever use it. Or throw it away, one of the two.
I hear you, Richard. I'd never leave your ass uncovered, buddy. I promise you that. But I might forget. I do shit like that all the time. And I think it's genetic. My dad called me at 7:30 tonight. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? Because he gets sundowners. I don't know if y'all know about dementia. Time means nothing to him. Me neither, really. I just got out of the shower. He's like, I was wondering if you might take me to the store. Dad, what do you need? Ice cream sandwiches. I said, well, let me just pick them up for you. I just didn't have it in me. I know that's an asshole son thing to do, but I had to get ready for this, and I did not want to go pick him up and walk around Star Market for 45 minutes for him to get ice cream sandwiches.
Have you seen the movie The Ringer?
I've heard of it. Hold on, maybe I've seen it.
Johnny Knoxville?
Yeah, The Ringer. Hold on, I'm pulling it right now. The poster will tell me if I've seen it. No, I don't think I saw it.
Pedro got it. That's the quote from the movie that reminded me when you said that.
Which one? Which quote?
Pedro, right there.
Where'd he go? Where, why am I not looking at all? I might not be looking at all.
Highlighted. I just highlighted
it. That's just where these lives go, man. I'll tell you. Ron, a buddy of mine who watches the channel some, he deals with some health issues, emailed me today asking a question, but asked how my dad was doing. Like, he's doing the same. I mean, he's the one that's got it made because he doesn't know. You know, it's just.
If you haven't seen that movie, Javon, it's a solid watch. It is that's Johnny Knoxville back in his prime when he was doing Jackass. And the whole premise of this is the dude owes a bunch of money because he's a degenerate, and he needs a sure bet. So here's the
trailer.
He signs him up. He signs him up to participate in Special Olympics when he's not special.
So this is Special Olympics. This is probably gonna be an ad. Damn it.
Every few years,
we'll probably get a copyright for this.
Competitor cross the line.
I'll just go out.
From Fox Searchlight Pictures comes.
I'm gonna fix the Special Olympics.
Can y'all hear that? I can't hear it.
Yeah, we hear it.
I hear nothing. So that's it.
Yeah. It's got so many good one-liners in it, and it's funny. And then what cracks me up is, so after it was over, people were giving him so much grief, like, "Oh, I can't believe you did that," making fun of them. And they came out and just said, absolutely 100% not. It was, he gave back so much to that community and so much to them as far as, financial and spending time with them. And there were actors who played like that, and there were also real people who had special needs.
I remember hearing about the when was that? Was that like 90s, 2000s?
It was like mid-aughts.
And there was a big, like, not cancellation, but a stink about it.
Right.
And that's when people actually came out that were special needs who said, no, they put me in that movie.
Yeah, it was not only hilarious, but it was a good overall story. But yeah, just stupid little things like they ask him his name and he can't think of anything. So he's like, Jeffy. And they're like, what's your last name? He's like, Dahmer. Like little Jeffy Dahmer.
Yeah. And that's what's the name they gave him on the loudspeaker?
Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
I love stuff like that.
So when you said let's go get ice cream sandwiches, that reminded me of a quote in that movie when about ice cream.
He's nuts, man. I'll buy him like 15, and tomorrow afternoon he'll call me and go, "Hey, man, take me to get some of those ice cream sandwiches." Like, Dad, you got to quit eating those goddamn ice cream sandwiches so much.
Me and your dad would get along.
He's a little dude. I mean, and I try to get him to eat other stuff. He's got a lady that comes by there for 3 hours a day, and they do lunch and stuff.
Andrew.
Is that from it?
Yes.
I wonder if it's on not Netflix. Where would I find it? On Prime? Let me just go.
One of them.
There we go. 2005, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It was one of my favorite quotable movies.
Amazon Prime's got it.
There you go. You need to watch it then.
I'll put it on my want to watch list. All right. It only got I don't understand Rotten Tomatoes. What's 40%?
That means it's good because anything that they say is good is shit. Anything that they say is bad is good.
Right, because it's kind of like just a
critic. Well, like the IMDb and all those critic scores are always whatever you look at. It's
kind of like the reason the Oscars the shittiest movie of the year, and you wonder where'd that come from.
Right.
And if you're artsy and a filmmaker, and you're backpack B and you've won an Emmy, I'm not talking to you.
Well, there's a difference. Like, okay, fine. If you want to do that kind of indie style, then, have it at Sundance. But that's not mainstream.
Smell and taste to me is 100% intertwined. If it smells like shit, I can't taste it. I won't taste it. I always wondered about people who got the COVID symptoms where they couldn't taste or smell. I wondered if that would be a bad thing or a good thing. Did any of y'all experience that? Or you lost your taste?
Nope.
Me neither. But yeah, to me, those senses, smell and taste, are very intertwined, and they'll fool you because sometimes things smell a certain way and they taste totally fucking different. That's a brain fuck.
I'm more of not only a smell, but I'm a texture person.
Texture is everything when it comes to enjoying food for me. Like, and this is going to sound weird. Do you like calamari, fried calamari?
I don't eat anything out of the sea.
Okay. That's understandable. I do. And when they cut up a squid, their rings and their little tentacles, and they fry it and all the same shit, and it tastes identical. I can't eat the little squidlings. I've got to eat the round parts.
I am possibly the most picky eater in our community. I would put that on paper.
Do you eat many different things, or do you just have set things? I eat like very few different variety of things in repetition.
I eat a lot of similar things, but I'm not like, I can't say that. I'm not over.
Andrew's throwing up quotes.
Damn it, Andrew, you're my new favorite. No, I don't eat the same thing all the time, but I definitely have patterns. But I'm very particular about what I do eat. And it's not like it's a good or bad food. It's just I don't like certain things.
Todd, until you just said that, I believe that unconditionally. But when I learned that was the same time I learned the food pyramid, that if I'd lived by it, I would be dead by now.
Pedro, I wasn't going to say that, but that's kind of what I was hinting at when it comes to food, at least.
Nothing wrong with that. Do you have a seafood problem where you taste it? Because see, I hate fish. I will not eat fish.
I won't eat anything.
Shellfish.
Yeah, I won't eat any of that. Richard, you're right. I would not. I don't like seafood, and I don't like Creole food either. Yoko, yes, I absolutely love olives, both black and green. But black more so than green.
I'm a green over the black, and I do not like them on pizza. I don't like them warm. Certain things about vegetables, warm, mushrooms, okay, onions, okay. Anything else? Well, I don't think I'll do banana peppers a little warm, but warm vegetables don't go for me unless it's like a asparagus or something that's supposed to be warm.
See, yeah.
I can count the potato.
Damn it, Andrew.
I haven't seen it. It's making me laugh.
Oh God! Now I got to go watch it again. I missed that movie.
Yeah, that looks great.
I can get a can of black olives, eat all of the olives in one sitting, and drink the juice. I love black olive, but I like them on pizza too, and green olives. But I like very few vegetables and very few fruits.
See, I like fruits. I like grapes. I like pretty much all fruits, but I don't eat a lot of fruit.
It's a texture thing. Again, I like a lot of fruit flavored items, but I don't like.
Do you like a more robust texture, like a meaty texture?
Not necessarily.
I'm thinking anti-fruit because fruit seems kind of slick and squishy.
So, like, if I do like fruit, I like melon. So, like watermelon, muskmelon, honeymelon, or honeydew, pineapple.
You like a little fiber, consistency.
I just don't like the. I don't know. Apples are okay at some point, but I gotta cut them up and skin them.
What about like an orange cut up?
Don't like oranges. Don't like oranges at all.
And that could be the citric, or it could be texture. I would think it would have a similar texture to some of the ones you mentioned before.
I like bananas. That's about it when it comes to fruit.
Stuff.
And that's fair.
Very fair. I thought I sent Stevie and Maddie a link. I know they're not.
Knife nut. Okay, Gallagher.
Hey, remember the other night when Shane went out and touched grass instead of staying in and going live? Did you see what he caught?
I didn't see what he caught, but he told me.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what a great night. He caught a good sized bass. Where's Stevie? I'm looking at him.
Fucking Andrew.
Is he throwing him up there?
Yes.
Like I told y'all, I downloaded these commercials, right? That are inappropriate commercials that are no longer considered, they would never make it today. And one of them is, I won't play it because it'll be too loud, but it talks about special needs, but it doesn't call them special needs kids. And it's what's American Association for Disabilities, American Disability Act or something.
Yep.
See, Todd, I'm not going to hate on it because I have eaten pizza with pineapple on it, but it's not my choice because sweet and salty, I have a problem with. In some cases, like a Wickles pickle, I can handle the sweet and the spicy. But when we're talking about pineapples and pizza, I know people love it, so I'm not going to hate on it. But
to me, like, again, going back to textures things. So, like, I don't like tomatoes, but I like.
Either. And I don't like the texture of tomatoes.
But I like if they're diced really fine, like in Mexican food, I'll eat them. Like pico de gallo, I'll eat that. I like obviously anything pasta based sauce, but I don't like the actual tomatoes. Same thing with like pickles. I don't like pickles, but I'll eat pickles like in relish.
Like dill relish?
Or pickles like in potato salad and that kind of stuff. But I don't like actual pickles.
I was going to say tuna salad, but you don't do seafood.
Correct.
Can you see those knife nut? That is a Wickles original pickle. They're sweet and spicy. They're delicious. You can get them at Walmart.
Panic or Cheeto. I was not trying to sound inauthentic with that, buddy. Sorry.
I just can't wait to see Johnny Knoxville acting all jacked. Do y'all know who Shane Gillis is?
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard him tell his story about being at the Notre Dame game?
Oh, yeah.
And stumbling down the field?
He's got a bunch of good ones about that kind of stuff.
He's so funny. And I haven't been able to tell. He seems like he's losing a lot of weight. Is he not drinking as much anymore, or is he still drinking a lot? I didn't see any of those commercials with him and Post Malone, those Bud Light commercials, because he basically brought Bud Light back. Shane Gillis did, I heard. From his
Cheeto. I know, dude. I'm not. I wasn't in the ringer. I know. Thank you.
Gallo.
Yeah, pica de gallo. I never said gallo.
So you don't like the seeds in the tomato. You like the meaty part of the tomato away from the skin.
No, I just like if they're chopped up and fine and diced with other things.
Right. When I think of pico de gallo, I'm thinking of the little meaty parts of the tomato, and they kind of get rid of the seeds when they chop it up. Maybe they don't.
Cheeto, I'm going to put you in timeout.
You can't. He's got a wrench.
Oh, the bet I can't.
Oh, you can. That's right. You and Stevie and Maddie. I shouldn't tell that, but Stevie and Maddie have special powers too. I don't know why. I went back and I was going through looking at some of my stuff that you set up on YouTube when you first set it up, stuff that is just your basic shit. And for some reason, I don't know what, I try to think back. When did I trust Stevie and Maddie enough to give them this kind of access? And it must have been right after Blade Show before I realized that Stevie was really a secret gatekeeper and Maddie was a shit stirrer. I need to remember, make myself a note to revoke the. I'm kidding.
Andrew's killing me.
He's making me want to watch it, dude. Yum. Ground Fog, what's up, dude? I don't think I said hey to you yet, buddy.
What's up, Fog?
Good to see you, dude. So I didn't make it yet to Knives and More. I plan on going tomorrow at 10 o'clock and hopefully put that video out Friday morning or Thursday morning. That's my local knife store.
Yep.
And the main reason I'm doing it, and I'm not a Benchmade guy, but if any of you are Benchmade collectors, I'm specifically Zach. I want to get this guy and Zach together. He is, if you like slip joints, particularly cases, like from the turn of the century, I guess you say, and up. Or if you like Benchmades or old Protex, he's your guy. Have you seen that frame lock Protec before?
Yeah, you showed it before.
Yeah. He had that out there. Paul Mills is up. Richard's up. Richard, are you on the road? When do you do your traveling? In the summer, spring? Richard has a very unique way of traveling. And he's got a blog that's on YouTube or on Instagram. Let me find. I'll
be right back.
All right, I'm going to drop something in the link. Hey, Richard, do you mind if I share your Making Memories page? If anybody wants to follow your adventures, the end of May. I'm going to share it because I don't think he'd have it on Instagram if he didn't want. But if y'all aren't following Richard, this is one of his pages, his main page or his knife page. Is different. But if you check out, let me go over here and share it. This is what I want to do when I grow up. This is how I want to spend my grown-up days. What? Where'd it go? Hold on, guys. I'm getting ready to share it, but it's Instagram search is jacking me up again. Go to Making Memories. Let's go to share. Dude, that is what it's all about right there. Richard, I'm jealous. And y'all go follow Richard and Making Memories. And it's kind of like, where's Waldo? The man, the myth, the legends. Dude, I just think that's great. The fact that you're blogging it too, or vlogging it, however you want to. How many miles you got on it, buddy? How many miles have you put on? Oh, the main page. Let's go to the main page. How many miles is on your Dodge? Oh God, dude. So you're a real photographer.
Okay, buddy, I'm back.
We're looking at Richard Hopkins' photography page.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, but you know where he takes these pictures from? He's got another page called Making Memories.
Okay.
Check this out. God, I hate Instagram. So like in May, they're leaving again. He and his wife spend a good part of their lives making memories wherever they want to roam.
Cool.
I think that's, I mean, like I said, before you came back, if I grow up, that's what I want to be able to do. I think that would be ideal. I watch, what's that guy's name? Talon Sai?
Yep. Richard, you do mainly landscapes and wildlife?
Let me go back to his page.
Are you on Canon ecosystem? Sorry, I had to go get a drink and a cookie.
184,000 miles. Were you asking Canon platform for the film, what he shoots, or his digital?
Yeah.
I mean, the depth. I know I couldn't do that with my iPhone.
Some good pictures.
Beautiful places. Is that Yellowstone? Yeah, that'll melt your legs off, won't it? What a great way to roam. You did not miss the giveaway, buddy. Nikon Digital.
You on a D850 old school, or you on like a Z6, Z5?
I just think places like that are majestic, dude. And that looks some kind of time lapse.
You'd be proud of me. I'm trying something out of my comfort zone.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, share. What are you eating?
Red velvet, white chocolate chip.
It's delicious, isn't it? Is the red what's got it out of your comfort zone? Or cooking in general?
No, I'm just not a big white chocolate person either. But they're very good.
Maddie, I can find a giveaway for you, buddy. D7500, Kyle Coonley. Does that mean anything to you?
Yep, got it.
But these pictures are all over. I mean, just gorgeous.
Andrew, same. Normally, I'm not a big fan, but surprisingly enough, this combo is pretty good.
I did a taste test when I was in college on white chocolate and milk chocolate because I could never get past the fact that it was white and it tasted like chocolate. And no, I'm not racist. It was just a weird thing. So I did a blind test with my roommate and they taste identical to me. They did to me. And I know one of them is totally different ingredients. And I don't know if it's so much of taste, I think, can be interpreted by your atypical brain too.
White chocolate is typically too sweet and it has an artificial taste to me.
But it uses cocoa, right?
I don't know how this shit's made.
Well, it's chocolate. So they wouldn't say, okay, we're going to make it out of some other shit and call it white chocolate. They'd call it white meringue or some bullshit, which is horrible. If any of y'all have had meringue, whatever the fuck that is. I come from German grandparents and we used to get that shit all the time. God, it was horrible candy. You just want to eat the green grass out of your Easter basket. Growing up a German grandkid.
Same thing with
Derek, for real.
Cadbury eggs and Peeps. I'd rather eat the grass.
So they're egg whites stripped and heated. What gives them the flavor though? Hold on. I'm going to Google. Why am I asking you degenerates? White chocolate. Because I'm drinking a white chocolate mocha right now and I need to switch.
What's up, Derek?
White chocolate is a chocolate made from cocoa butter, sugar, and milk solids. It is ivory in color and lacks the dark appearance of most other types of chocolate as it does not contain the non-fat components of cocoa. That, my friends, are the differences. What do we learn?
See, personally, I prefer dark chocolate, but I don't eat it very often because of the caffeine.
It's supposed to be the best for you.
Yeah.
These have been on my Amazon feed lately. Are y'all familiar with these? These Tony's chocolate bars, they're evidently really popular. They have all different flavors and they're very expensive.
I've never heard of them.
Fair trade, Big Bar Impact.
We have a pretty famous local chocolate place here that they sell a lot across the country, but I don't know if you guys get them down there or not. Esther Price.
How do you spell it? E-S-T-E-R?
Mm-hmm.
Price chocolate?
Yep.
Is it still sharing? Let me share it again.
Gold box.
It's a red box. This is a gold box right here.
Gold box, yeah.
That one?
Yep.
I know I can get them on Amazon. Let's sit there in Huntsville.
You can get them from me. Just tell me you want something, and I'll go to the store and get them. I got
I'm curious if they distribute here. I'm just
one second. I got a store about 6 minutes from my house. But okay, do you ever hear of Mike
They
sells?
look delicious.
Do you ever hear of Mike sells potato chips?
Yes.
Okay, the Mike sells is also based here, and they did a collab for many years where they did chocolate covered Mike cells, and they were unreal.
Really?
Yep. Sweet.
What were they? What was the collaboration again?
Esther Price chocolate over top of
Right.
Mike sells potato chips.
Okay. So Meyer, Kroger. Oh yeah, they're in Kroger. All right, so let's go. Allow this time, motherfucker. Shop. Am I looking in the wrong place for the chips?
Hang on, let me see if I can.
Would it be brittle?
No, I don't know if they even make them anymore or not. But
That milk chocolate sandwich cookie looks pretty good, dude. Crunchy and cheese. So Kyle,
yeah, almost. No.
When you go to the store down there, do you just like walk in and they've got all this stuff out there like a what would you call it, an outlet store almost? Potato chip bar?
Here we go. Hang on.
Is it potato chip bar?
I'm gonna share the screen.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing.
There you go.
All right, it's different. I mean,
but I don't think they're doing them with Mike Sells, because I think Mike Sells technically is out of business now. The old man passed away, and then they got rid of the company and dissolved it. But they took the basic principle of that. And
what's the difference in this one here that I found? Hold on. Is this just a smaller pack of it?
Yeah, I believe
that looks
so.
more like milk chocolate.
They have them in milk chocolate, they have dark chocolate, they got them in everything.
Yeah, it doesn't mention the other company.
Yeah, because I think they switched it up, but it was still the same basic principle.
So, are you a chocolate guy? I mean, is that like a place that calls you? I am a chocolate guy.
Yeah, I'm to a point, but I'm more of a chocolate flavored. I like ice cream the most, but
How about Jello pudding?
No,
it's a texture thing, isn't it?
I mean, I don't mind pudding. It's just not my favorite. But Richard, not really. No, but I appreciate the offer very much. Derek, yeah, the old man died because they were clients. I knew him. But I don't know if they sold the recipe off or not to the Price family.
I love Ferrero Rocher bars. Those things were crunchy and good. Have y'all ever heard of Conseca sausage? Conseca? They're out of Montgomery. They sell sausage products all over the country. They used to spend about $300,000 a year with me in digital advertising. Selling sausage.
Nice.
No, it's just like they're a big company. They could sell sausage by just going to little shows too, you know? There's just different ways to go to market. And they were going for a national market. And they grew. I mean, they're huge. I wouldn't call them a billion-dollar company, but multi-million. And I know the
I don't have anything.
a little dude who's about 5-10 years younger than me, who is the heir to the not bluebell. What's the other frozen vegetables? Pick sweet. You ever heard of pick sweet vegetables?
No.
Picked sweet. So this is a little company out of Jackson, Tennessee, where my buddy passed away last week. But it happens. But here are, you might have seen these in your local grocery store, maybe not. But they make frozen stuff. Frozen vegetables, basically, is what their empire is.
Okay.
Because, I mean, Jamie has a sister, and it's amazing what this company, now they're like fourth generation. It's been a family business, right? They just do vegetables. Who would think, you go out and you go, your grandfather has a performer, I'm going to make and freeze vegetables. And it's going to become where we hold so much real estate.
Javon, I'll be right back. I got to take my dog outside.
Okay, buddy. So the other side of Pick Sweet is they own a lot of farms. Anyway, that's just a little weird agricultural lesson during Tuesday Night Sit and Spin, where we talk about all things knives and all things lives. Matter of fact, I got to finish this. Jet Life grape lemonade is some of the best THC infused soda you can get. In my humble opinion, it's just delicious. It's freaking delicious. It really pairs well with my Starfruit grape ice vape. Just a mad win. So I carried no fixed blade today. I carried my XM18 and I carried a 1931 Leatherworks slip. No, I switched it out. I'm actually carrying my Tuya Queen Anne Revenge Slippy. What did everybody carry? Would you knife people carry? So I carried a Hinder and a Chinese, really well-made modern slip joint M390. And the reason I didn't carry a fixed blade is the only place I went was Costco, and fixed blades stick out of my back pocket. So I didn't want to go to the pharmacy of Costco with the ass end. Paul Mills carried the AD 20.5, and I think that's a reblade, and it's ABW slip joint. I want to try an ABW slip joint. I talked to Shane a couple of days ago, and I was like, dude, tell Michael Martin I would love to review his stuff, and I will send it back to him the same week I get it. I'm not looking for stuff. I would just love to experience his stuff. I've touched one of his liner locks.
All right, buddy, I'm back.
Good to see you, buddy. Derek carried his RSKOS. That's that big Vostede, right? With the top liner lock and Spyderco Persistence. It was modded by Jimmy Crow. Very nice, very nice. Richard carried his Kaiser Doberman and an Asslander for Deepsfoot. I've also got a Kaiser Doberman, thanks to Richard and his Kickstarter support. The pajamas carry is the Giant Mouse Ace Jacked wire clip for the win. I'll show you my pajamas carry. I haven't have it over here because I'm doing a knife comparison. So this is my pajama carry, or my shorts carry. This is the Vosteed Parallel in S35. Wire clip. Goes in and out of pocket great and weighs, I think, 1.8 ounces.
I didn't carry anything today, but I didn't do anything today besides work around the house.
Drop Bear Fixie and the Geo Folder and M390. Both great knives. The Geo, to me, was taking a knife that's been done 100 times, but doing it with rock pattern titanium and M390. And then the Drop Bear Fixie, I think, is one of the best small fixed blades I've held. Oh, the Buddy Dalmatian. I got you. The Parallel, they're available now. They've got them in 154 for like, they got a White Mountain knives. Just out of curiosity. And Kaiser's coming out with one that looks very similarly thin. Got a White Mountain. All right. So let's share this real quick. Won't. Parallel. I had to learn that there's one R. So this is my perspective. You can get it in 154, which is probably great, and titanium for 129, or you can get it in S35 for 149. I got the S35, but I bet the 154 CM's just as good because it's PVD coated. What say you, Kyle, for $40?
It's Vosteed, so no.
You slacker. What's it weigh?
I'm sure it's probably decent for
2.29 ounces. Designed by you. Original. And the other thing,
why would you say you designed it? I didn't design it.
No, you, Y-U-E. The guy that started Vosteed, him and his girlfriend, the one I met first. But what I'll say about his knives, his designs, can y'all see this? It doesn't look like a bug out. It doesn't look like another knife. Now it takes some of the characteristics of the narrows being thin, but I think you take any of their knives, and I think they're all very original designs, personally. Now maybe the Bellamy, some of those earlier ones.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm just typing.
Type away.
I had something to do.
So like I've got an Angular, which I thought I'd like it better because it's got that center lock. But I mean, all their knives are not only unique looking, they've got unique properties. Something about them is unique. And it's you, and I'm trying to think who the other designer is. Hold on, there's one more designer. Johnny and you founded Vosteed in 2021.
Derek, yeah, I was multitasking. Sorry.
Hey, I didn't know Wayne Walter was a designer. You recognize that guy?
No. Should I?
He's a YouTuber. No, he's Wayne's Sharp World.
Oh, okay.
You seen that logo, haven't you?
No.
Okay, I guess he made a knife.
I didn't know he was still going. I remember him from.
Here's you. This is the guy I know.
Okay, I remember him from the Knives Live and that shit show.
Yeah, and he's a really good guy. I mean, all those weird designs are his. And then I guess his partner. Where's Johnny? know where Johnny is. But anyway, they might have done shady stuff when they started, like in terms of getting in. But I get it only because advertising's so limited. I know we've talked about this before. And if you're trying to get your products out there, there are not a lot of ways to do it, unfortunately. Where did it tell me about Johnny and you? Well, that didn't help me. Use the man, though. I still talk to him. Just
hang on. I'll be right back. Sorry.
take your time, dude. My point is, I like companies from all over the globe. And that big ass Maddie carried the Phoenix today. Maddie, you know, I bought a Phoenix and I had it. I love that knife. And we were trying to do something nice for Illuminati, I think, when his mother passed. And I put that together and sent that to him. I thought he'd like it with the stuff that the community sent out. So it wasn't because I didn't love your knife. I was just passing it along out of love because I knew that's what you'd want to be done with it. Passed out due to love. You back, Kyle? He's almost back.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. My dog keeps barking, so trying to get him to
I'm trying to see what Derek was saying to you.
No, he was just saying I wasn't joking. I'm giving him a hard time.
He's just fucking with you?
Because I was multitasking.
So I can't see on my porch, but in the last, I think I told you, in the last 14 hours, I've had a raccoon that was very much like wanting to come in the house, and then a little tiny possum, not tiny, but a juvenile, and a feral cat. They come for the Temptations dry food. It brings the more than my milkshake, bringing the girls to the yard. You know, I used to love, and what's funny that you say that, I used to only watch stuff like Patrick Switzer and all these downhill skaters from 10 years ago that would do the luges, the downhill skates. And now I'll watch stuff like Nigel Houston or Andy Armstrong, and I'm just blown away by those guys. Even Bam Margarina, or Bam, whatever his name was, he was in Huntsville. It's on YouTube where he's been filming some stuff. He's sober now, allegedly, but he can still skate. Which I think is really cool. A, that he's sober. But let me go right here. Let's go back to
Mills. I agree. But what brought that up, though? I'm sorry. Did I miss something while I was gone?
No, let me go back to it. I'm not on my page. Oh yeah, what I said was I had Maddie's Phoenix. I bought it when it came out, and then I think he is, Derek. That's what I'm getting ready to show you. I think he is right now. But when Illuminati's was having a hard time, the community kind of pulled together and sent him a box of stuff. And what I included was my Phoenix because I thought he'd like it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what it was. And a lot of other people did because he was just going through shit. So the first person I was going to show you guys, that I find, and this is the kind of stuff that I'm going to take the sound off. Tell me if y'all can see this. This is Andy Anderson, street skater. Not him. Let's go to Andy. Here's Andy. Andy wears a helmet too. That's why I like Andy. Because Andy wears a helmet out of respect for the kids that are cracking their noggins. Check this dude out. Let's go to him skating. I don't want to hear him talking when I can't hear it. Because he can do all this flatland stuff that's...
It's good that he tries to be a role model.
Yeah, because none of them wear helmets. Even like, that's why I don't understand why the Red Bull sanctioned events don't make them wear helmets. And not only did Andy wear helmets, he's designed helmets and he's making it cool again. But most of these people, like one of my other famous favorite skaters, Naja, these guys skate where they're $1 million prizes. They don't wear freaking helmets. And to me, it's just insane. Because you'll watch his fail videos. And yes, he knows how to fall. But dude, it just takes one time falling back on your head and you're done.
Yep.
But these guys skate pro tournaments and none of them are wearing helmets. And it would just seem like the sanctioned event would say, no, we're wearing helmets.
Yeah, I mean, stuff
Check
like
this shit
that.
out. No helmet.
Yeah, you hit your head and you're, like
But
I said,
like,
you're drinking out of a straw for life.
Watch these fails. So get these shots. Like he'll fall 30 times for the shot without a helmet and get back up and do that shit again. I think that's part of skateboarding. I mean, that I never got. And Nigel's been skating since he was like 8. He was a champion. Let's get to it. Some of his gnarliest fails. Wait a minute. That's not what I want. I'm wasting y'all's time. Hold on. There's a certain video. And I'll get copyrighted, but I don't care because it's insane. The resiliency of this guy and the fact that I've made millions and millions of dollars. I'm going to do this shit again tomorrow. I mean, that would blow your knees out. And he's still going for the shot. This is number 3. Got to gather himself and get ready for number 4 because they just keep doing it till the shot comes. And I don't know if y'all have ever eaten it on concrete, just going flat. But that's like a 15-foot drop.
Javon, I just put a link in the private chat for you.
Okay.
To show when you're done showing this stuff.
Look at the nuts. But then he hits it. And the whole thing about them is that they will fail, and go back and do it. Oh, yeah. Hold on. This makes me dizzy.
That dude is badass.
Oh, God, dude. This is a whole nother level. And I don't know how to blow these up. So we're just going to have to... Can y'all see it? And let me tell you something. The room of error there, margin,
very, very thin.
Dude, and those stones, the displacement horizontally.
Yep.
Look at his front wheel as he's trying to.
There's one of him. They clocked him. They were going down a race from the volcano, a non-active.
What's his name?
His name's Remy.
Remy Mountain Bike.
Yeah. Dude, he does some amazing shit. There he is. But they clocked him. He was doing 100 miles an hour down this volcano on a mountain bike, and they gave him like the whole entire field. He was racing like 100 people, and he ended up. They gave him like a 30-second head start or something crazy, and he ended up beating them all.
That's insane, man.
Yeah, that drop in is just wild.
Well, you've got to totally commit to it, and you've got to believe. I mean, your equipment fails when you're doing stuff like that. I mean, stuff like this. That point of view.
Yeah,
because I've done mountain biking, like where we used to ride in college.
I used to do BMX stuff like that, but that stuff will make you puff.
Totally different level here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just insane. Show you something real quick and they'll make you sick.
But I love watching that Remy dude. Some of his videos are cool.
Yeah, I'll see this. Let's see if it'll share it. Commercial. Yep. Make big. All right, check this crazy shit out. Have you ever seen these guys race?
Yeah, those dudes are
like where they drift, where they hold on to each other.
Yeah.
Dude, that's insane. I've gone 35 miles per hour before, and I thought my freaking head was going to explode.
Yeah, anytime you're open air, it always feels like twice as fast.
Yeah, and that luging to me is even scarier. But look at those speed wobbles that they're controlling.
Yeah, you hit a little crack in the road or something, you're going airborne.
And they're so close to each other. And some of the wrecks are sick. But they all bounce back, you know, because they've got on leather. Some of them don't. Look at those speed checks. I mean, that's just sick to me.
Yeah,
I'm an adrenaline junkie. I'm going to end up breaking a hip, though.
Yeah, the leather's not going to help a broken bone, though.
Oh, dang, I didn't know that. Who are we talking about? We talking about Woomy?
I don't think so.
Or is this Bill?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Fine, just brag, Andrew. I see how you are.
Maddie, I've got your address. You won the giveaway, buddy. You never have to be here to win.
Maddie won a bag of dicks.
Blade Walker is sick. Is that a movie? Or is that a knife? Or is that a joke? He accepts all the dicks. Hey, have you heard from Shane tonight?
I have not heard from him today. I texted him earlier, but I haven't heard from him today.
I haven't heard from him today either. This is all cool. Dude, I think I would love that. I would love to skydive. I think it would make me want to start doing those squirrel suits. I mean, that's the way I see meeting my demise, doing something extreme like that.
Absolutely no way I would get out of a plane.
Would you not?
No.
And I know it's not, dude, I would. See, I live on I would definitely do it because the odds, you're a gambler, are in your favor. Granted, the stakes are high. But no, I would love to jump out of a plane.
Yeah, you don't 100% are not the odds in your favor doing the squirrel suits.
No, 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 no. No, I'm not. That's a big leap. That's a big leap. Yeah, I agree. And I don't think I could do a hang glider.
That's not an if, that's a win.
Exactly. And hang gliders, I think the wind's going to win sometime pretty soon too. But parachuting, and I know people, there are videos all over YouTube of people crashing. Andrew. I'll do it, buddy. Did you see that video of the guy who jumps out of the plane with like the 12? It was a Red Bull thing, the 12 other parachuters, and he does not have a parachute on, and he lands in a net.
Andrew, you could take John tandem, and he could just ride on the front of you like a backpack.
Like a cat.
Yeah, he's small enough. He could just wrap around you and hold on to him.
Without shoot. This is intense. Where is it? All right, so this guy decided to jump 25,000 feet out of a plane without a chute. Watch the ad. Skip the ad. All right. So one of these guys is not like the others.
Yeah, one of them's ignorant as fuck.
Well, watch what they do, dude. I mean, this is insane. So the guy in the green does not have on a parachute.
Better hope you don't hit a gust.
Yeah, well, they're aiming for this big net, this big deep net.
No, I'm talking about if you get too far away from your buddies, you don't have a safety.
Can they not, like, because they seem like they can like turn their bodies and move.
Yeah, you can steer somewhat, but if you get hit by a gust, there's no. I mean, you could get pushed pretty far off course.
Well, these people, I've seen them hit in the air and they'll shear their legs off. These parachuters, I've seen video of that. It looks horrible where they have midair collisions when they're just falling like that, and it can be devastating. But this dude, they're just lining him up, and I think they slow him down here in a second. But it's still crazy what he's about to do, or what he's doing all along here. Because he knows he's got to land on his back. Watch this. Everybody else is deploying. He's lined up over his net. Watch this shit. He's going to flip over. That's what he's aiming for, that swimming pool looking thing.
Yeah, no thanks. That thing would have to be like 4 miles wide for me to even think about it.
Look how close he comes to missing it. Now, granted, it's designed to not let him go over the side.
That thing's way
on
too...
his back. Look how close he was to the side. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's way too close to the ground, too. For comfort.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but the balls, dude. I mean, I thought that they slowed him down, but they're just guiding him in. They didn't even slow him down.
That's not balls. That's stupidity.
But he's a professional who's evidently practiced for that shit. So
I don't care.
I don't think he's got a death wish. He had his family out there. Now, granted, he's doing it for the clout probably, but flipping over right there, that takes a lot of... I mean, he was like off the center of that map. Insane stuff, dude, what people will do for... And you could still have broken bones in there.
I mean, you could have all kinds of stuff, but... Andrew, you ever seen Andy Stump doing the squirrel suit? He's a madman.
What's his name? Or Andy Squirrel Suit?
Andy Stump.
Like a stump?
STUMPF.
Skydiving. Wing jump. Here we go. Wingsuit. So you don't think these guys, if they're really good at it, can master it?
Javon, that man's got thousands of jumps under his belt. He's a former SEAL, and he tells you how insanely crazy it is to do it every single time.
This is where they go through the whole, yeah. What pushes him on? Does he say? Is it just the thrill of it? 'Cause he's basically falling. Did you see how fast that guy came by?
Oh yeah.
Through the hole. And here he comes. Ow.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't realize one little small twitch or gust, and I mean, you're eating the mountain.
And there's a lot of unfortunate footage because these people wearing GoPros where they absolutely eat the mountain. But is he just going to do it till he hits the ground? Is that kind of his calling? Or does he think he can defy it?
I don't know. He got remarried, so I think he might have slowed down a little bit, but
He'd probably seen so much shit that he didn't have anything to lose anymore.
yeah, I mean, he was.
Man, adrenaline's a drug. It's an addiction like anything else. I mean, you can't tell me that these skateboarders practicing falling all day long or these people doing crazy stuff, it's not an addiction.
Yeah, and listen to Andrew right there.
And that's a fact on free climbers. Samurai sword bullet guy.
Andrew is 100% correct. You have to feed that beast constantly, otherwise they're out getting in some sort of shit.
Samurai sword bullet. I don't say you can catch a bullet or cut a bullet. I want to see it.
Derek believes everything he sees on the internet.
Which one do we want to see, Derek? I've got a bunch of them here. Let me show you which one you think we ought to, because they're short. That's a BB gun. Now, my choice would be this chick, but I have a feeling she's not going to cut a bullet. Maybe I was wrong.
That's pure about putting it in the right place, the right time. There's zero.
That's the shooter putting it on the sword, right?
There's zero chance you have the reaction time.
That's the shooter putting it on the sword, right? Because he did slice it in half.
Yeah, I mean that. I'm not saying he didn't cut it, but I'm saying there's zero chance that you're putting that in front of somebody and they're just doing it as a defensive tool.
Have y'all seen what's his name? Brewster golfer? The one-armed golfer guy? I know I've shown him.
Derek, absolutely. At minimum 900 feet per second.
What?
There's zero chance that you're standing within 20 feet and being able to react.
And there's no way that anybody's ever going to catch one, a musician's ever going to catch one in their teeth. That's all just a scam, right? I mean, there's no way you could stop a bullet. Have you seen this guy? You're a golfer, aren't you?
Yeah, I've you showed this before. The trick shot guys. Yeah.
Well, yeah, this one guy. And they take him out on courses too, and he'll play like, I don't know how his putting is, but just his ability to hit the ball out of the air straight. Look at that whip.
Yeah.
That was off a dude's finger.
Good hand-eye coordination and lots of practice.
I just like to see him.
The thing is, like a lot of times, a lot of those trick shot guys, they practice one trick until they get it right, but it's not about, like, they're not actually good. It's just,
right. They just perfected that trick. Kind of like the guys, what I don't understand is the dudes that throw the basketballs so far. I mean, they're just taking basically 1,000 shots till they get the one to hit.
Yeah.
And they're filming all of them. I want to see if he has a short game. Commercial.
It's like you're training for anything. One time, or I mean, I shouldn't say one time. The majority of the time, the guys that are the long drive champs aren't good players because they don't have the rest of it. They just have one aspect.
Something happened here. I went to Tiger Woods when I was trying to get to Snappy Gilmore, getting off the fucking tee box. Hey, did you hear who Tiger Woods is dating?
Yep.
Did you think that was a classy? I thought that was a classy way to answer that question.
I mean, I could see that coming.
But I mean, I think he was honest about it. I think he does like Tiger, even with all his flaws.
Yeah, I mean, well, they've been buddies for a long time. So, I mean, but just the living there, the proximity, it being around the facility all the time, that made sense.
Makes sense. Do you think he would do better if he used two hands, or is he not even about that? He's probably all about the trick shot. That's where he makes his money.
Oh, yeah, he's just playing up like gimmick. It has nothing to do with capability.
But these pro golfers seem to be impressed. I don't know how far he's hitting it, but evidently he's hitting it pretty dang far.
Yeah, I mean, there are tons of people that are good trick artists, but it doesn't make them good players.
So what do you think about John Daly? I met him when he was in his drunk phase, which he still is, but I thought he was a really nice guy. And I can't believe he can still hit a golf ball like he can. Now, I know he squandered away his talent.
It depends when you catch it or when you catch him, but he's just naturally gifted. He's an anomaly, but he's just naturally gifted. Was not a athlete, but was athletic, if that makes sense. He had amazing timing, hand-eye coordination, but did not.
Because he kind of burst onto the scene and won a big tournament. I don't remember that well, but I remember him.
Well, he won the PGA because he was sixth alternate and got into the PGA at over in Indianapolis.
And he was smoked cigarettes on the golf course, right?
Yeah, but he ended up getting as a sixth alternate, ended up winning the PGA over there. And I was like 91, I think. But yeah, no, he was just naturally gifted. He's there was a I'll tell you later, but there was a good podcast he was on recently. Within the last year and a half. That was a good watch.
We did a thing about 15 years ago where my cousin had done a film about flying these vets back to Arlington Cemetery when they're, about to pass away. And he came down for that. He was one of the, I guess, personalities that they brought down to that tent. And he sat there and drank, but he was the most chatty. I'm a nobody, just sitting there at a table kind of next to him. And he's just telling stories. I know he was probably drunk, but he did not seem at all pretentious. He didn't seem to be a prick. He didn't seem to be like, to me, when I was in my junkie phase, I didn't want to be around a bunch of people. I was more of a solo junkie guy. He wasn't like that.
No, well, I mean, the funny thing was, so he still makes a ton of money off of the
appearances.
He used to do, before they closed down, he was sponsored by Hooters, and he would sell so much merch. It was unreal.
Oh, dude, he brought his merch truck. He travels in, just because you said that, when he came to this event, he travels in an 18-wheeler that's got like a toy hauler.
Oh, yeah.
And he always carries his merch.
Yeah. But, and the reason, the funny thing was, he didn't, when he originally got on with Hooters, he didn't want the money. He wanted the free wings and beer.
Because he knew he could do it with his merch? With his merch?
Oh, no. This is before that. This was before he got big. Yeah, Crooked Stick, Andrew. That's correct. It's funny you said that because I just was brain farting the name, but yeah, Cricket Stick over in India. I've played there.
This is for Paul.
What? Oh,
Bruce Lee and his nunchucks.
Bruce Lee was a complete hack. He was a fake.
But how's that faked?
No, I'm saying, but like everything about the whole
right. Well, he was
He was
also a heroin addict. But how does he? I mean, he can still hit a ping pong ball with fucking nunchucks.
I'm not saying that he didn't have hand-eye coordination, but like all of the dude, he was like tiny. I mean, dude, you would have. I mean, he was like 5'2", 100 pounds.
So, do you think he's Steven Seagal's more of a hack or less of a hack?
They're both equal.
So I watched this today. Do you know who? Do you know when Mike Tyson fought a gang leader in the streets?
Yeah, I do remember that.
And that was the guy that he'd beaten in the ring?
Yep.
I won't play it, but it's great because Tyson didn't knock him out. Well, he went the distance, but he punished him. It was a one-sided fight. So then the guy came to fuck with Tyson.
What was that guy's name?
He was
nobody. He ended up being like
Mitch Blood Green.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it went the whole distance, but Tyson would just close on him and just abuse his body. It's basically beat the shit out of him, but left him standing. So anyway, the guy chases him down or goes to Harlem where he's getting a jacket and he's talking all this shit about Mike won't meet me in the street. And Mike broke his orbital bone. The guy never came back from that. That's why you don't talk shit with the 20-year-old Mike Tyson.
You know what's wild is how many of these fighters are actually a lot smaller, do you think, in person?
Tyson's tiny.
I literally bumped into Kimbo Slice in Vegas, walking through.
He looks like he'd be massive.
Walking through the palms. He's not. I towered over the dude, and I'm not huge. And the funny thing was, we walked around a corner, and I bumped into him, and he was surrounded. Like he had probably 5 dudes around him, a couple in the front, a couple in the back, and they ended up like pushing me away. I'm like, dude, just sorry, like, you know, just bumped into somebody. I'm like, but it's funny, like he had an entourage around him to take care of him, so that way he didn't get in trouble fighting people.
Yeah, because a lot of times they snap. You know, I mean, if somebody
Derek,
challenges them,
he's definitely under 6 foot.
Did you see? I think I might have showed it last week where the other influencer called out Sean Strickland last week.
Yeah, we were talking about that Friday.
Yeah, and all the MMA guys are like, he shouldn't do that. Sean shouldn't do that. And what people don't realize is Sean Strickland thinks influencers are the scourge of society. If they challenge him to a fight and come to his gym, he's not going to go easy on him. He wants to teach him a lesson. He tells the guy that. And he did. And I know he gets beaten too, right? I mean, he's not like the champion anymore.
Yeah. Derek, not anymore, buddy.
He is a threat. Hey, Kimbo Slice, could you tell with what he was wearing? Has he still got those big shoulder muscles?
Oh, this was 15 years
ago.
This was 15 years ago. Yeah, he's been dead for a while.
Was it steroids that killed him or drugs or you get shot? I don't know. I know the Kimbo Slice from watching his backyard brawls before he even went to the UFC. He was a legend.
Yeah, I don't remember what all how he passed, but I think it was drugs, but I'm not 100% sure.
Cancer,
maybe cancer. I can't remember. It was something. He had something happen to him though.
There's some movie coming out. I saw a commercial on YouTube today that I didn't click through that The Rock's playing in, but he doesn't look anything like it. And it's allegedly about one of the greatest MMA fighters ever. I've never heard about him, but evidently it turned out really tragic.
I don't know. The Rock's
that's not telling you enough. Hold on, let me go. What did I say? The Rock, because because it doesn't even, they did prosthetics on his face because it doesn't look like him. The Rock MMA movie. So it's called The Smashing Machine. Have you ever heard of this guy called, hold on, then I'll show it to you. It's Dwayne Johnson movie trends. Follows Mark Kerr. Have you heard of Mark Kerr?
Yeah.
He struggled with addiction, with winning his love and all this. So this movie is coming out. And if you know who Dwayne The Rock Johnson is, he doesn't look like himself at all in this movie. That look like Dwayne?
No.
I never knew this guy, or what's the lore of him.
A rough time at the end.
Well, it showed in the clip that he was always looking for pain medicine, but he needed it. You know, and I think the doctors, because he went to this one hospital, like, we need to take Advil, and he just laughed at him. He goes, "You know how fucked up my body is?"
Yeah, he's always. I mean, Andrew, look at his forehead. You can tell he's been.
Yeah, he definitely. And has he not come out and said that? Does he say he's natty?
He tried.
I know. Fucking Jake and what's his name, Logan Paul say they're natty, and I don't think they are at all.
Derek, yeah, not UFC, but like so, the Russian Bear. Oh my God, he was the most amazing. And then my favorite of all time is still Gabe Stevenson. Oh, you're talking fake wrestling. I'm talking real wrestling.
Hey, they went through a lot, dude. I worked with a guy in Jackson, Tennessee when I wasn't even married yet. And he had some WWE notoriety. His name was, he was a big old guy who had to ride around the car lot because he was a car salesman in a golf cart because his knees were so bad. Phil Hickerson.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're athletes still,
but
he
had scars on his head, dude.
Yeah,
and that's from where they used to fucking poke themselves.
A kid I graduated with ended up going down that whole rabbit hole of doing the fake wrestling stuff, and like right out of school, and he ended up doing it he had a career for almost damn near 20 years doing it. He ended up doing like going to Japan and doing all these like crazy tournaments, and he sold videos and books. And
did he leverage it to success, or did he die penniless in pain?
No, he was big on all that stuff, and he still was doing fine with it.
I definitely need to get on some TRT and HRT replacement, but yeah, hard work. I think everybody knows what natty and hard work gets you. I mean, you can get certain types of definition, but certain things aren't natural.
And there's only so much you can't put on 20 plus pounds in a year of muscle and be natural.
No,
it's just impossible.
No, you can't eat it, burn the calories, build the muscle. You're right.
To build muscle, it takes a duration. You can cut weight quickly, but you can't build muscle quickly.
I used to, I could cut quickly, but then you have to keep it off for like 4 months, and it was fucking hell.
Dude, we used to do the
Chasing weight is the worst.
Dude, we used to do the whole saran wrap suits under joggers and go running. I remember, I think the most I ever cut was I cut like 6 pounds in 3 hours before a holiday tournament.
What were you wrestling, dude, or boxing, or what?
Wrestling.
Oh, I spit off, like when we'd be driving to a tournament and I could no longer practice with my rubber suit or run around the gym. I could run around the gym once I got there and was still overweight, but we would carry solo cups with hard candy and spit. I could spit off a pound in like a 3-hour van ride. You get so dehydrated, so bad for you.
I was going to say, yeah, it's horrible for you. But what ends up happening is, once you hit weigh-in, it doesn't matter. You just go gorge and drink as much water as you possibly can.
Got about 2 hours, yeah, to get back to right. But man, that was my whole thing is looking back on it. My whole battle as a 4-year letterman who was very competitive in Alabama 6A wrestling, was fighting the scales. I could write a book about it because I always started at least 10 to 15 pounds over the weight class that I needed to wrestle in to be effective.
The weird thing is, Javon, like it changes you for long term. So like for probably 15, 20 years after that, I could still cut or lose weight 6, 7 pounds every day if I wanted to, with just from not eating. And your body fluctuates so much that it's wild. But eventually you kind of pull out of it. But
I when I quit drinking, which I thought it would be just the opposite, but I think it's because they put me on ADHD medicine at the same time. I went back to my high school weight, dude, my pre-cutting weight, but I think it's stunted my growth. I mean, because I was doing it when I was, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 15, 16. I was young, so I think I graduated at 17. But
Derek, I'm sorry, go ahead, Javon.
no, I just think it stunted me. I didn't wrestle in college, Paul. I had a scholarship to UT, but thank God they dropped the program the year before I went, so I went to Auburn. Never wrestled again if it wasn't a street fight.
Derek, I forget what that was, a 160, 162, something like that, whatever that was.
And then after Christmas, you get 3 pounds or 2 pounds.
Shit, after weighing, I'd get up to 170, 175.
Well, I mean, in Alabama, like my senior year, I wrestled 119. So up until Christmas break, I had to weigh 119 to wrestle. After Christmas break through February, it went up to 121. So every weight class got a 2-pound bump. So if you wrestled 126, it'd be 128 after the holidays. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, I didn't wrestle all the way through. I ended up getting injured and said I was just going to stick to my best sports, and I just took it off. I would still go in and work out with the guys because the coach was cool. But I never actually finished. I quit right before junior year because I had an injury at the end of my sophomore year. And I was afraid it was going to affect my back for golf. So,
which was your main gig?
Yeah. So I ended up just sticking with that, but I would still go work out.
Yeah, wrestling was my main and only gig, really. But I took it super serious. But again, it was getting down to weight. And I still know the coach. I take walks with him. He lives in my neighborhood. What a great guy.
You know what's weird? Both my junior high school and my high school coach were both All-Americans for Michigan. And both of them were all jacked up. And not the junior high, but the high school coach was poking you. And
really?
Oh God, I got stories for days on that.
And for wrestling?
Yeah.
What state? Oh, so you're in Ohio. So you're where?
We're
Lehigh,
very competitive. Anyways,
so even the little guys, I guess it helps you, like your hyperextended elbow gets better quicker.
Dude, anyways, both of them have passed away since then. They were both end up having complications from it. But I remember seeing my freshman year, we would go into this is back. I mean, we weren't hitting weights when you're 13. You know, you were working out, but you weren't hitting weights. You know what I mean?
No, we didn't start till my freshman year.
Yeah, you were doing like junior high years, doing body weight and working out against people. But we went in freshman year and they put us on the weight program, and go in there and like we're what is it? So it's 135, 45, 40. Yeah, the 45 plates and the 45-pound bar is when they put us on the bench to start, just to see where flatline where everyone's at. And I remember the coach getting up in people's face and just started screaming at them because they had never been able to. They couldn't lift it because they hadn't been able to do it. And he ended up just picking it up and just starts curling it. We're like, because this dude was like 6'4",
roid raging.
Yeah, and we're just like, as you're a freshman, you're like, what in the fuck?
And so much of it's technique, dude.
Yeah. But
especially on the bench.
Okay, our my sophomore year, we had a what was the
Night, Andrew.
Is it one? What was the 140? Was it 145? Was that what it was?
Yeah, 142.
142. Okay.
And then I think after Christmas it went up to 145.
Yeah. So that dude was a senior when I was a sophomore, and he ended up he was juicing big time. But okay, as a senior, this dude had like 3% body fat. He had striations on his chest. He was doing sets of 225 bench. And just an absolute freaking animal, right? And at 142, I mean, the dude's little. It's just.
But I guess all the people that are competing with him are doing the same thing, are competing against him.
Some schools were, not all schools.
We never saw it down here.
We would see it at bigger, like the holiday meets and that kind of stuff, but not against not all the local schools were doing it. But we definitely had like the strongest weight program.
Well, y'all were in the heartbed of college wrestling.
Well, yeah, I mean, and we were D1, and our coach, he was hardcore, but that dude ended up going to jail our senior year.
For selling it?
No, he ended up getting into a fight at on a party like after Friday after a football game. Ended up putting a dude in a coma.
Oh damn, dude!
Just
raged out on him.
Raged out on the and he ended up fighting some dude that's like 6'5" offensive lineman for another school, an opposing high school football team, and just went ballistic on the dude.
That's just insane, dude.
Yeah, the
grapplers are dangerous because it's one thing people usually want to fight standing up in the street, and wrestlers aren't afraid to go down in the street. And if you go down, I'll fight off my back before I'll fight somebody standing up. And when you jump down to punch me, I will choke you the fuck out.
Yeah, I was very, very strong lower half. I end up I set our high school record for leg press. I'm sure which has been probably gone by now, but
how much do you press when you weighed that?
When I was 160, I was getting up God, what was the number? 8 something. 8 something.
Did you use your legs as like a base, or did you ride cross body a lot? Did you wrestle with your legs?
Oh, I definitely use them. I mean, my biggest thing was I would sit there and bump foreheads and push you as hard as you could until you would shoot. Then I would just sprawl and just cross face the hell out of you.
Gotcha. Because you couldn't get pushed over.
Yeah, I mean, I would just literally kick back. You couldn't push me over, and I would just rip your head off. And then I'd get you in a side mount and go from there.
Yeah, one of the guys that I wrestle with, and I guess this is kind of Greco-y, Bartley Lofton, he was on my team, but he was a big crossbody guy, which I could never do it well. But the way he'd wrestle is like if you're in the down position, he'd throw his leg through your leg and then lock it over your foot. And then he'd work for position off that particular leg. Okay. And so one of the I guess, first pinning / submission type holds is the guillotine. When you have somebody crossbodied like that and they reach back, if they're stupid enough to, you throw your head under their arm and you can just basically stretch out their ribs. And if you don't pin them, which their shoulders are parallel, they'll tap.
Yeah, we did a lot of
I didn't have the lower body strength to do that. I was all upper body.
I could fight off a lot with the legs, but our coach tried to push a lot of upper body as far as moves, as far as like, except for like we had a couple lanky kids that he would push grapevines on real hard, working on that technique, which I thought was kind of silly. But dude, we had one kid that won state, and that was his number one move. But I was more fireman toss and
right,
and using my
head and arm and cross face the fuck out of people and just brawl them.
Yeah, absolutely, just destroy them. Well, I ended up the kid that wrestled above me, I ended up ripping his neck in practice one day, cross facing, because he was talking shit to me. And so he shot, and I got it in deep. I mean, like almost all the way up to the elbow, and I just cranked and ended up pulling his neck muscle, ripping his neck muscle, and he was out for half the season. And I got some shit for that one from coach.
I got shit once for getting DQ'd, but I was taught to do what I did, and it wasn't an illegal move, and I still don't understand why I was DQ'd. I was wrestling the state champion, and they always told you if you're on the bottom and you're getting ready to stand up, if they're stupid enough to hang their fucking head over the side of your body, you come back with an elbow and you stand up and you hit them square in the chin or wherever their head is with your elbow because you're just standing up.
Right.
So the first time I did it, he had to leave. He had to get his face because it hit his nose, came back, and they took a point or did something. I forget what they did. But the second time I was in the down position again, he's finished taking his injury break or whatever, and he hangs his goddamn head over again. So I guess I reared back a little much instead of just sticking it back, but I did the same exact thing again and got DQ'd and got booed because we were at their stadium.
I only got kicked out once or DQ'd once, and that was I take it back twice. The once was when the time I got injured. Some dumbass didn't know what he was doing, and I started on top, or I started on bottom, and I go to kick my hips, and he gets an arm in, and I turn, and he locks a second arm and tries to put me in the full Nelson,
which is illegal.
Right. So instantly, ref blows a whistle, warning. Starts to do it again. Start down. Same thing. He tries to put me in a full Nelson, but this time he puts his knee on my back when I was doing it, and I can feel my left shoulder blade starting to pop, like it wants to come out. Right.
Yeah.
Blows a whistle again. Hits him with a point. Third time goes down. Does the same thing, but this time he actually gets his hips up above my hips when he does it. And my shoulder is dangling.
And he's wrenching you in a full Nelson.
Correct. He blows it, DQs the kid. Well, when I stand up, I just went over and just clocked the dude as hard as I could right in the jaw.
Oh, that's worth getting kicked out for, even though your coach probably hated losing the points.
Well, it ended up being a complete draw because that kid got DQ'd too.
Oh, so no points, but you would have gotten the points if you hadn't waylaid.
Correct.
The team would have, yeah. So
Right.
I guess you got to take the push. I would have taken the push too. I'm all for that. My whole thing was, I was a little guy, and like my first year, I was kind of a throw dummy, but I got to be very competitive. I started going to camps and taking it seriously. And my whole thing was, there were people that followed me throughout the season each year that would be my weight class that I'd try to get away from, but they were better than me at wrestling. And they were always going to most times beat me, but they would hate fucking wrestling me because I would wrestle not dirty, but they knew that they'd been in a fucking match. But there's something so frustrating about somebody can use their weight over you that much better, and you practice so much and you just can't. And I think a lot of it's mental. For me, I know I missed a lateral drop, probably my last match against a guy that I only beat once in the state tournament to get third. And I just literally missed it by 1/10 of a second, maybe a 1/3 of a second of just taking him straight from standing to 3 points, and fell right on my back with him on me.
Mills, yeah, ours was the same. Like I can't remember what it maxed out at, but I remember we put every plate we could on it, every 45er we could on the machine. It was capped out, and I would have guys sit on top of the press when I was pushing. The other time I got kicked out or I got DQ'd was against a different school. I can't remember the kids and what school it was, but anyways, he kept trying to do the whole reach under to grab across the leg and do the little fondling.
And he was kind of squishing your nuts.
No, he was full on grabbing, but he was up close, so he was hiding it.
He was a singlet sliker.
Yeah, and I wasn't having it, and kind of got him a little kick backwards and hit him in the knee, and I got warned for it. And then he did it again, and same type of deal. I just was done with it because he was whispering things as well too. So I just went ahead and just clocked him.
Yeah, well, I mean, and sometimes you just got to do that. I mean, it's a contact sport. I think that every tournament I went to, somebody got ejected at least. And you hate those people. I mean, the people that are your nemesis or whatever. I mean, I might like them now if I sat down, but there was never any love when you crossed them in the ring.
Well, there's a difference between being competitive and being crossing lines. Like there's
Right.
certain things you don't do, and like that to me is worthwhile. That yeah, but dude, we had so many good schools here as far as competitiveness and shit. Plus, I went to some pretty cool camps. They were probably just a little bit bigger than you, but they were small guys. Was the Jordan brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to go to their camps all the time. They ran Graham, which is a little small school, but freaking powerhouse. They basically recruited back then. People would move from all over the state just to move into that district so they could go to that school for their wrestling program.
We'd always travel up to Christchurch, Virginia, and I wish I'd gone to I went to a Gable school and middle school, but we went to Christchurch, Virginia, this Granby School of Wrestling, and it was this freaking role that I never really got. And I wish I'd gone to different camps because it was just focusing on this where when you're on the ground, when you're on your down position, you stand up with your hips and then you throw your left shoulder and roll out of it, basically. And it's a cool when you execute it. I couldn't execute effectively.
But did you kicking your hips out to your on your butt first and then doing it?
No. So somebody's riding you. You just kind of throw your hips out a little bit, just enough so you can kind of push up off your toe. You don't have to get your back end all the way up, but you're just kind of getting your hips out from under the person that's on top of you. And then they're still pushing down on you. So you take your left arm. If you're popping out on your right side, if you're popping out on your left side, you do it the other way. But you just put that arm and go under and you roll out across that shoulder. So the person trying to hold you down, it's totally anti what they're trying to do.
Well, you're getting a weight off balance. The same thing we used to get them where you'd buck them and get them up above your hips where they're off balance and you could tilt them. But
yeah, and this was more of a spin away and be standing than it was a reversal type of technique.
That was the move. What was that one dude's name that just won everything there for a while? Within the past, but he was a submission artist.
Silva?
No, he did all the professional submission tournaments and all that kind of shit. You'd know him if you saw him. He had the gray beard for a while.
Oh, I can picture him, but I can't think of his name, and it won't come to me till like 4.
You look for it. I can tell you.
The only time I had to pull out of a tournament was a hyperextended elbow. And the kid got disqualified that hyperextended it because he chopped it like 3 times after being warned.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's going to piss me off. I can see the dude's name. Anyways.
What was their claim to?
He would do that too, where he would do that, like kick out and then roll out of shit.
Yeah, it's called a Granby roll.
But those are the dudes that were like constantly rolling, and they were just using their feet for, leg bars and shit constantly. I mean, they were wild submission artists.
Kind of like jiu-jitsu kind of people.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu is your mount's your back, basically.
Right.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff. It's go to YouTube. It is.
Oh, Gordon Ryan. There you go.
Gordon Ryan, yeah.
Yeah, that dude was absolutely. I mean, he started off as a wrestler, but then got into BJJ. But that.
Well, you can only go so far because I would do freestyle tournaments in the summer, which you couldn't do full upper body stuff in high school wrestling. You couldn't get.
Yeah, we'd have Greco-Roman, which was.
Yeah,
rare.
you could do that too. For us in Alabama, it was cheaper and it was bigger. There was a bigger freestyle circuit than there was a Greco. Yeah, this guy. Let me share the screen. But high school wrestling, you were limited.
Right. I mean, Greco is just basically Olympic wrestling, but yeah, that's Gordon Ryan. That dude's absolutely crazy. He went on a tear where he just won everything for years.
And see, he's right now he's going for submission. He's got the guy totally locked up. And you don't really, I mean, there's so many pressure points. I mean, jiu-jitsu's wild when you watch it at the UFC, when you watch people just look like they're about to ground and pound you and then they tap.
Yeah, he's in full control right there. The other guy has no chance. And people are like, oh, well, yeah, but he's on his back. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That guy's full control. He's
yeah, and they're not giving him back points.
There you go. Watch this. The leg lock gets him up under.
And there's just so much body science. Look at that. He is about to be fucked.
Yep. Got his ankles crossed. He's donezo.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I just think people who take it, and I guess you have to take it to the next level to continue to get better, but it's an art. It really is an art.
Yeah, he talked about it. He used to get absolutely destroyed for a long time until it clicked and he just got through it.
And I mean, it's just training, because you got to learn that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about one of like just true pure wrestling, one of my favorites of all time is still Gabe Stevenson.
Gabe?
Yeah, you never seen him?
Let me see. I was
he was named after Dan Gables. Pretty big.
Was he heavyweight?
Yeah.
This is this year's, and I'll get struck for this, but I don't care. What I thought about doing is after my lives, making them members only so I don't get strikes. I've heard that helps, but I don't care. Because all I have to do is go in and trim the parts that are
okay.
285, so he wasn't heavyweight.
Well,
and this was
done both, but okay, that dude's 285, and he used to do when he would win a match, he would do standing back.
The guy on top, right?
Yeah, he's light skinned kid.
I thought that was a simple. Oh, I want to see. Don't get him angry. That was 2 points.
It should have been. That's legendary though, because beating him is like absolute rarity.
Let's see what this is, and then we'll call it.
Speaking of heavyweights, do you ever watch the Russian Bear?
I've seen him. I don't watch him often. I don't watch a lot of.
He was the dude that won for like 10 straight years, was undefeated.
Right.
Won 3+ Olympics, whatever. Back in the 80s, 90s. Yeah, there you go. Must just absolute suplex your ass.
Oh, I went too far. Go back here. I seen a shorty. This is a short video, 25 seconds. So we'll go to the start and see where he gets mad.
Bam.
That's just a slam, dude.
Yep.
17-1. 17-1.
Dude, he used to just toy with people.
Holy shit. Enters God mode. Let's watch this 116, then we'll call it. This will be our last little diving into the lore of Gabe Stevenson. So if he just wrestled in 2025, do you think he'll go to the MMA? Where do you go after college and the Olympics?
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do.
Pulled him right back inbound. Look at that. That's so clean.
Perfect.
And just overpowering too.
That's just pure muscle. I mean, look, he just tosses him like a rag doll. That dude had no chance.
Yeah, and that dude had wing position, and he still tossed him with it. I mean, yeah, that's just insane, dude.
But the agility of his feet and his footwork for being a big guy.
and he sucks them right into it.
I mean, the weird thing is when you're 285, it's hard to get doubles.
Oh yeah. It's very hard. And look at that. How about that shit? I'm sorry, but he kicks his leg and hits him in the head. You see that?
Yep.
Oh, god dang it. Gonna kick your leg and gonna hit you in the throat. How about that? You can land on your neck. That was a Granby roll right there. Did you see that?
Yep.
And it's supposedly a pretty effective move. I could never do it.
I mean, that right there is just brute.
It is brutal, dude. I think it's awesome, though. I didn't know you were a wrestler, too. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I only obviously did it for...
We're just talking about watching people crushing each other, living the glory days. But guys, thanks for hanging. We've been here for 4.5 hours. I love each and every one of you. I will turn my sound effects down and figure out what's going on with those. Guys, Kyle, you got anything for these lovely people?
No. Have a good night.
Love all you kids. Bye.